Did you like that? My back was like. You did?
Yes. What time was it?
That's early.
6:08 p.m.
That's a good sleep.
I just got out of work. I had to be there at 7 this morning and I just finished up
Yeah, I pulled up, but there's no parking. That's usually never a good sign. but I think this is CBC, because it used to be like school board when there was something contentious, there'd be no parking because everyone was going to make public comment.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Tuesday, May 27th meeting of the City Council meeting. Wanted to call the meeting to order. Let's start with roll call, please. Madam Clerk?
Ms. Conley?
Here.
Ms. Downs?
Here.
Ms. Flynn?
Here.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Here.
Mr. Snyder?
Here.
Ms. Underhill?
Here.
And Mayor Hardy?
Here.
Thank you, Council.
I could ask everyone to join us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. Do we have a motion to adopt tonight's meeting agenda, please?
I move to adopt tonight's meeting agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Any noes? Meeting agenda is adopted. Alrighty, tonight, welcome everybody. We've got two special proclamations tonight. The first up is the one where City Council is recognizing the Citizens for Better City appointed student reps to our city boards and commissions. And so we'd welcome the students to join us shortly for officially get sworn in, and also any members of the CBC who would like to come forward and speak about the program. Nope, okay, I guess we're just gonna go straight into reading names then.
I'm going to read everyone's name. And as I call your name, come on up, and you can come up through that entrance, come across, you can shake everyone's hands, and then stop right here and we'll line up to get a picture. Got it? Okay. So these are the students who are CBC reps. They've selected the following students to serve as representatives on city boards and commissions and civic organizations. And City Council is going to recommend you as liaisons to all of these boards and commissions. Leah Bejarano. Come on up. Mira Bracken. Claire DeSira. Anna Epler. Gwyneth Fry. Senan Gower. Congratulations. Anna Gray. Griffin Hardy, Arya Combo, Stella Kaur, Madeline Kim, Michelle Malhero, Sarah Mead, Kaylin Murphy, Brenna O'Halen, Annabelle Roncaroni, Sebastian Roncaroni, Charlotte Seacrest, Alba Sell, Orhan Sher Afghan, John Stein, and Colin Williams. Okay. So would anyone from the CBC like to say anything, or should we just take a picture? Oh, Ms. Heath is going to do the oath now.
We didn't really want to say anything. It's about the kids.
All right. Oh, more pictures. So when you finish, the paparazzi is finished. If you all want to turn this way, and we're doing an oath of office that all of our volunteer board and commission members and our city council and I, the city manager, and the city attorney take. And so I will read this, and if you agree, you will say, I do. And so you can raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear that you will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia, and that you will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all the duties incumbent upon you as a youth representative to various boards and commissions and civic groups, according to the best of your ability, so help you God? All right, and now you have taken the oath of office.
Hey, before you go, we have pins for all of you. So before you, don't go yet. Grab some, pass it around. Yes, hand them around. Griffin, maybe you have enough. Yes, thank you. Have fun with your boards. There should be, that's all that were in the boxes.
Hold it just 1 minute, wonderful
If you haven't gotten
ones.
one, just let us know and we'll make sure you get one.
I'm Lindy Hockenberry,
We
and
know where this guy lives.
I just had the honor of interviewing all of you with a lot of other people joining us, and you all were so wonderful to interview and just wrote such wonderful things on your applications. And I am so proud that you have become part of this program. And we will be meeting with you, as you were just told. And I will be available up at school, I hope, still subbing. But anyway, love you all. I'm so proud of you.
Did everyone get a pin?
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay.
Welcome, kids.
And I'd like to say thank you to Citizens for a Better City and the other organizations who interviewed all of these students. Thank you for running this program on behalf of the City of Falls Church. We would never be able to do this without your help and leadership. And we really appreciate the fact that you're bringing all these bright young minds to help our boards and commissions. Thank you.
You all are welcome to stay. Give me your first duty of service. We know it's a busy night because we have the all-night grad party going on. So congrats to the Meridian class of 2025. Okay, while we wait for everyone to shuffle out, our second special recognition for tonight is a proclamation declaring June 2025 as Pride Month in the City of Falls Church, and Vice Mayor Sean Hiscott will do the honors.
It is my honor. Thank you very much. Whereas June is recognized as Pride Month nationwide as a celebration of sexual and gender diversity and to increase awareness of the efforts to establish and preserve equal rights for LGBTQIA+ people. And whereas Pride Month has its origins in the riots, protests, and anti-discrimination campaigns of the 1960s, organized by LGBTQIA+ community members to fight for equal rights at every level of government, the commemoration of which underscores our determination to support, preserve, and advance the civil rights of all human beings. And whereas it is appropriate to celebrate progress made in the decades since the first Pride and to recognize the challenges the community continues to face. And whereas, according to the Human Rights Campaign and the Gay and Lesbian Alliance Against Defamation, GLAAD, in 2024, over 900 reported anti-LGBTQIA+ incidents occurred across the U.S., with 447 incidents directly targeting trans, non-binary, and gender nonconforming community. And whereas the City Council affirms its year-round support for the civil rights of people of all backgrounds and identities, including transgender, intersex, and gender nonconforming people, people of varying sexual orientation, and those engaged in diverse relationship structures. And whereas city-run programs, events, and activities are open for all to participate in a manner consistent with their gender identity, sexuality, and relationship structure. And whereas the Falls Church community is a proud home to LGBTQIA+ community members and joins them in celebrating diversity and unity in their many forms.
Now therefore, I, Letty Hardy, Mayor of the City of Falls Church, Virginia, do hereby proclaim the month of June 2025 as Pride Month in the City of Falls Church, and urge all to respect and honor our diverse community, celebrate and build a culture of inclusiveness and acceptance, and participate in the city's June Joy initiatives and programming throughout the month of June. Do we have anyone in the audience who would like to receive the proclamation?
We invite anybody who wants to join us or as an ally as well.
Terrific, welcome. You're getting a pin too, don't worry. She doesn't want the pin. Oh, she doesn't want the pin. Would you like a sticker instead? It's bedtime or dinner time. Thank you all for joining us. Madam Clerk, do we have any oaths of office to administer tonight?
We do not. We did a lot of them tonight, though.
Okay. Okay, well, let's move on to receipt of public comment. Can we start with a summary of written comments, please?
We can. The computer is giving me a problem. Okay. Yes. written comments since your last regular meeting. First, regarding the Mabel and Annandale Development Project, Andrew Olison of Bike Falls Church asked that the bike lanes on South Maple not be removed to add 3 more parking spaces. Neil Kumar of Rushmark Properties wrote with concerns about the design of the building blocking sunlight from the West Broad residences, from some West Broad residences units, the impact redevelopment without the Bergen Herbert site, and the lack of commercial uses in the project. Regarding streetscape standards that you're reconsidering, Arthur Agan provided comments on proposed crosswalk and sidewalk standards. O.B. Wichard of 309 Fellows Court wrote with concerns about utility pole sidewalk impediments. Regarding the solid waste collection fee, Venka McIntyre of 604 Tyson Drive wrote with concerns about adding a solid waste service fee for single-family dwellings, and Leonard Wang asked that profits from recycling be used to support the cost of trash collection. In other topics, Tommy Meyerhofer wrote in opposition to Madison Townhomes developments.
Great. Well, let's move on to receipt of public comment. Do we have anyone signed up online or in person?
Yes, first we have Uni Do, and second we have Andy Kim. You can join us up here, and we do hold speakers to 3 minutes, so we make sure we get everybody in, and you'll see a yellow light when you have time to sum up. Yeah.
Welcome.
All right, hi. Can I go? Okay. Good evening, and thanks for this time. My name is Uni Do, and I'd like to take a few minutes to speak to the proposed zoning changes on South Lee Street. I will preface that this zoning change directly impacts me, as it is across the street from my home. However, I also believe it impacts the entire city, as this would set another precedent for future zoning changes and further development. Madison Homes has applied to change the zoning on 106 and 108 South Lee Street from residential R1A to transitional T1. This change would allow them to demolish the 2 single-family homes and build by right a 12-unit townhome development on South Lee Street. The 2005 Comprehensive Plan and the 2016 Small Area Plan explicitly endorsed the potential future conversion of these South Lee lots on the assumption that the lots would facilitate consolidation and redevelopment of the adjacent property on Broad Street. However, this would not be the case if this zoning change and proposed development were to be approved. We request that the council consider a comprehensive approach to future zoning changes, such as this one, rather than the piecemeal plot-by-plot rezoning that is currently under consideration. Our primary concerns specific to the potential rezoning on South Lee Street revolves around the strain on existing infrastructure, including but not limited to stormwater and sewer system issues. The current systems are known to be inadequate and saw significant flooding as recently in 2019, which I experienced firsthand with the overflowing storm drain in front of my property. And we can't see how additional development could alleviate these issues, and instead would introduce new risks and future issues in the future. School overcrowding. The city is already expected to add over 100 seats to the schools next year, and this does not include the population of future students the 32 townhomes currently being built on Park Avenue will bring. When we met with the developer, they told us to expect 3 to 4 school-age students in the entire development, which we believe on South Lee Street, which we believe grossly underestimates the number of school-age children based on the demand for Falls Church City schools. Traffic and parking. South Lee is already a narrow street with considerable traffic due to the traffic signal. Adding a net 10 homes with less parking available will have a significant impact on the parking and traffic on the street, presenting safety concerns for residents as well as students walking and biking to school. Our main request at this time, along with over 40 households on South Lee Street and adjoining South Oak Street, who have all co-signed a letter sent to City Council on this issue, is that the council withhold granting this and future zoning changes until an in-depth study is completed to gauge the true effects and implications on both the specific neighborhoods and the city as a whole. Sorry for going 5 seconds over. All right, thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Next, we have Andy Kim.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for giving us an opportunity to talk. So Uni's my neighbor. I see a couple other neighbors here, but I really didn't want to have to talk, but I thought I would just sign up and provide some additional support for what our neighborhood's feeling. We didn't want it to seem like it was just a few vocal families. It is the general emotion of the street that things are kind of at capacity. And I know this word infrastructure is thrown around, but with some of the changes, and just to kind of highlight our unique situation, we are sandwiched obviously between Broad Street and then Oak Street to the south, Oak Street Elementary to the south. And all of that traffic is now routed down Lee Street because of that traffic light that's at Lee and Broad. And so it all comes down Lee. And then we're talking about, 30 homes on that block and taking 2 homes and turning it into 12. So increasing our community size by about a third. And all of the infrastructure things related to that. There's people, the crosswalk and the traffic light up at the top is not even sorted out. And it's just, it doesn't seem like the smartest thing to push forward with multiplying these problems when we still have these logistical and infrastructure things to sort out. And I know everyone comments on these development changes, and a lot of it has been very smart and very deliberate. And I think that's all we're asking is for, instead of a piecemeal approach, and yes, it might be by language in line with the master plan that was set up years ago, but there are ways to approach these things and kind of take a pause and do some sort of reassessment of how this will affect the communities that are living there. Anyway, I don't want to relitigate all the. I know our letters have already gone out, and the board's been very gracious giving us time to talk about this. So those are just my additional comments, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming out tonight.
And that was the last person who signed up to speak this evening.
Okay. Well, let's move on to the Rohr House annual report tonight. We welcome the chair.
Hi, I'm Mariam, the chair of the Aurora House Citizens Advisory Committee, and I'm going to do some highlights for the more detailed report.
What's your mic?
Oh, that would probably be helpful, wouldn't it? Okay. I'm going to highlight some items from the more detailed report that we submitted to you all. Oh, actually, do we have slides? Our slides? And do we have a... Do I get time added for those extra words I have to use? Ooh, nice. Clearly, I'm not a pro. Excellent. Okay, if you go to the next slide, please. For 35 years, Aurora House has been changing the lives of females aged 13 to 20, serving well over 300 in that period. Generally, the program is responsive to the backgrounds and needs of the girls, but it always includes a focus on family, school, and community. Next slide, please. Since January of last year, 20 girls have been served, including the largest population that we've seen since before the pandemic, just this past September, when 2/3 of the beds were full. As I mentioned, community service is an important part of the curriculum. And so as a group, the girls have done pinwheels for Child Abuse Prevention Month, as well as helped us honor Christina Goodwin by creating beautiful flower centerpieces for her celebration of life. Next slide. from a personnel standpoint, last year we celebrated Rachel Kendall for not only being named Falls Church Employee of the Year, but also for retiring after 24 years of service. The replacement group home manager, Jessica Moyes, joined us in September, and she has jumped in very enthusiastically to lead the house and the program. Crystal Wright Elder was promoted to residential supervisor and also recertified in Handled with Care, which means that there is important expertise right in-house for safety practices as well as crisis intervention. Additionally, this year, Dr. Tanisha Bracey was nominated for Employee of the Year. And one other recognition that I want to make is that when most of us are at work and we hear that there's a snowstorm coming in, we hightail it so we can make it home. Aurora House staff did the opposite this past January when a storm was coming in. They packed their stuff and they hightailed it to the house in order to make sure that they were there to take care of the girls. So I just wanted to recognize that because I thought that that was a pretty amazing feat of commitment on their part because God knows I am never going to volunteer to be snowed in at work. So it's pretty fantastic. We did get 2 new residential counselors within the last year, but we do currently have vacancies for 2 more, including 1 Spanish speaker. And additionally, the AHCSC is fully staffed as of January of this year. So we've got 3 Falls Church residents and 2 Arlington residents. Next slide. From a program standpoint, in conjunction with Fairfax County as well as stakeholders, they added a substance abuse component to the program in order to be more responsive to the needs and kind of the reality of the world today. Additionally, Aurora House passed not 1 but 2 audits this past fall, including one that was based on a 3-year period with Department of Juvenile Justice, somebody on staff, and they received 100% for that audit. So that's pretty fantastic. The girls are doing a 10-session Doorways program focusing on topics such as relationship and consent. From a facility standpoint, the kitchen service, the food services staff had to do quite the creative effort in order to continue to operate with high standards while they were missing, again, not 1, but 2 large appliances that had a long pipeline to be replaced. So we had the replacement fridge freezer this past January. The oven has been on an epic procurement journey that rivals Odysseus's voyage, but we are assured that it is now on order and it will be installed soon after it is received. Next slide. The Alum Purcell Scholarship Fund. This is managed by our 501c3 nonprofit partner, but it is the passion project for us on the committee to help the girls. Since January of last year, we have awarded 3 scholarships, including our very first vocational one. So we're going to have a future nail tech. It's actually pretty exciting to be able to support the girls in ways that go beyond just the more traditional 4-year education. So we're hoping to be able to look for opportunities to do a little bit more of that. Additionally, Christina Goodwin's estate and family donated $15,000 last year. And there's an additional donations of $1,700 in her honor. And we are starting to look and talk about new ways that we can fundraise as well, so we can do more going forward. Just as it's important for the girls to engage with the community does engage with the girls. So since January of last year, we have had volunteers take them to a teen summit, go in to give them exercise classes, guide them through book club, donate items as part of an exercise program off of an Amazon wish list, and also separately for Thanksgiving and winter baskets. And there is more to come as the staff is currently finalizing the vetting of a cohort of 6 new volunteers. So it's going to be exciting to see what they have to offer the girls in the program as well. And finally, most important slide is the needs of the house. So the oven almost had to go on here, but instead there are other small scale kitchen items that would be helpful. So this is where the girls are in residence. They live. So think of things that are important in order to feed what you would a normal family. So rice cooker, pressure cooker, cutting board, and other kitchen items as well. The second item that we have on here is 2 replacement picnic tables, preferably ones that are collapsible and can be stored out of the way when the space is needed, as well as gardening supplies. The outdoor space has become a very important component of the program for the girls. They're learning to garden. They are kind of seeing that cycle of eating things that they grow. And so it's something that would be great to be able to continue encouraging them in. The third thing is local summer activities, as well as a new budget-friendly pool. Every summer, the staff has to come up with an engaging program of activities for the girls that works in conjunction with summer school. In the past, they've done hiking, taking them to the beach, etiquette lessons. And so any ideas, as well as any connections to help make those ideas come to fruition, would be fantastic. And lastly is a medical provider. So the girls have providers. However, it is hard for them to get to those providers while they're in residence at the house. So having some sort of on-call or walk-in provider who can support both insured and uninsured youth, who can do things like physicals, TB testing, medication forms, et cetera, that can support these girls would be great for them to have. And that is it. Any questions?
We may have some comments, but first of all, thank you for a really great annual report and certainly raised the bar. It's the most colorful presentation we've seen. Vice Mayor.
First of all, I just wanted to thank you and all of the staff and volunteers at the Aurora House. It has come so far in the last, decade or so. And thank you for taking on this past year, which has been personally, professionally challenging with the loss of Christina, such a good friend to so many of us, and to have to step in when you weren't necessarily planning on doing so, and doing such a great job in honoring her and the work that she's done, and honoring her family and continuing that on with the Aurora House. I'm so thankful for you for doing that, and for all those who have worked with you to support that. I don't have any questions. I have a couple of things. I'll follow up with you offline on some connections and some ideas on that. I just loved knowing that Functional Fitness was working with the girls, so a local business owned by someone who grew up in Falls Church City and through Falls Church City schools, who is bringing young women to work with young women who are incredibly talented. And I'm super hopeful that maybe they can join the Falls Church Run for the Schools again. We did that a couple of times, probably at least a decade ago, and that was a really great event, and I'm happy to help facilitate making that happen free of charge and with run support and others. But I'll follow up on some of the more personal things on like the physician and PRN ideas. But the one other idea I had was welcoming Falls Church has had such great success in getting together all the household goods for our Afghani refugee families. We probably had more things than people at different points in time. I don't know where it stands now, but it might be great to have a collaboration between not just welcoming those immigrant families, but welcoming the Aurora House girls into our community as well. And I think there might be a good combination of resources there. And that's it. And thank you again.
Thank you. Those are great ideas. We'll definitely follow up with you on those.
Ms. Underhill.
I just also wanted to thank you. It is clear the amount of dedication that both staff and volunteers have for this, so thank you. Laura and I, a month ago, toured the shelter care program in Alexandria, and there were a ton of activity ideas that we actually heard. One of them was including having the kids partner up with a senior facility. And what we heard was that was actually the kids' favorite project, was actually going to the senior facility. And so that actually brightened many people's days, so also the seniors. But I'm curious, do you ever reach out to some of the other programs in Northern Virginia that are doing similar work?
I know the staff are very engaged with the programs and facilities that do it, and there are tours and conversations, absolutely.
Great.
And then we reach out to, as mentioned, businesses and others as well to look for those connections. But if there's particular ones that come to mind that we should take a look and see if we have explored, please do send those our way.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Jones.
Thank you so much for this report, and I echo my colleagues in thanking you for, especially during a tough emotional time for you personally and for the Aurora House. Couple things. One is, well, first of all, congratulations on the Department of Juvenile Justice audit. That's amazing, 100%. So congrats to you and the staff. That's terrific. Yeah, I agree with Ms. Hiscock about looking at things like the small appliances and then thinking, as you know, personally in the past, I've donated to the scholarship fund. And so, it might be just unsolicited advice, maybe getting some sort of newsletter that goes out on a quarterly basis to sort of update donors and other people who would be friends of Aurora House. And like, I'm sure if you just put out there an Amazon wish list, I'm sure those little small appliances that thing would be filled in 24 hours probably. So that's just a thought too, is that's definitely something to just echo what Ms. Hiscock said. I'm sure that those small appliances neighbors would be happy to donate those. I did want to ask you about the medical provider. So are you thinking of someone that would be like employed by the city on maybe a part-time basis, a physician, or just tell us a little bit more about what you're envisioning for that.
Sure. And for this, honestly, I would want to connect with the group home manager a little bit deeper on this one because this is a newer request. But I think that I don't think it's necessarily somebody who is employed, but if there's somebody who can provide services, because some of them are insured, so it can be, a more traditional sort of setup. But for this one, I think maybe we need to explore a little bit more the best way that somebody could be engaged. But we weren't necessarily thinking employing somebody for this purpose.
Okay.
I don't think the population is large enough for that, but just somebody who would have space as part of their normal providing services to see the girls on an as-needed basis.
Yeah, it's interesting because actually my physician is right down the street next to the former Pizzeria Orzo in that building, which is now, I forget the Dolan, I think is it called. But anyway, so there is a physician group in that building. So it'd be interesting to see okay, well, we could talk about that more offline, but and I understand what you're saying. That is interesting because, physical health is certainly very important to have these girls be set on a great path. So thank you again for your work on this.
Ms. Flynn?
I just want to thank all of you and staff and the committee and volunteers for, all of your work year long and the care with which you approach it and the transition that you went through, specifically in sort of shepherding. I think the committee in doing it with such care and really in honor of Christina's legacy and all of her work over the years. While still sort of, moving forward and figuring out how best to meet the evolving needs of the girls and also to create, a really joyful space among staff as well who are so committed to work that's going on at the home and to working together. And I also just wanted to commend staff on sort of the additional community outreach they've directly been doing, to city staff and to volunteers with the increased kind of open houses and the cookies and cocoa over the winter, and then also just the spring, open house and gardening program this past week. So it was great to see Friends of Aurora House there kind of taking up all the plantings, and we know the girls will be doing, their work out in the gardens. And so it's just so fantastic to think, of how people, whenever they know about this program, are so committed to seeing it succeed, and really wanted to thank you and everyone else for your commitment to ensuring that happens.
Absolutely. 99.9% of the kudos go to the staff for the amazing work that they do, the DJJ audit, all of that. It's honestly their work and the effort that they put into it. And then we bring up the other 0.1% as volunteers.
So I want to echo all my colleagues' comments. Thank you for all the care and effort you put in celebrating Christina's life. I think all of our boards and commissions are important, and clearly we have volunteers who are volunteering an hour plus every month to serve our community, but you all clearly kind of take it above and beyond, and you all you touch so many important lives. And so thank you for your personal kind of care and commitment to the Aurora House and the mission of it. I think we all certainly appreciate and are grateful for the time and the effort you put in.
Thank you so much.
So, one final comment.
Final comment, real quick, and that is, I remember when you first joined the Aurora House Board, and there was a lot of trying to figure out what exactly the board was there for, and a lot of change of personnel and change of board. And I want to thank the board and the staff for coming together and figuring out what Aurora House is all about. There was 8 or 9 years ago, there was a chance that we weren't going to be able to maintain Aurora House because there weren't enough girls that were there, and how do we make it all worthwhile? And so it's wonderful to see in this report all the good things that are happening, the fact that there are children that are using those beds and healing and being able to get back into the community, and staff that are able to help them is all really, really impressive. So I'm so glad that we were able to maintain it through that rough period and now thrive. So thank you.
Absolutely. It's all for the girls.
Great.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to the report of the city manager, and we have Deputy City Manager Jenny Carroll with us tonight.
Good evening. Can you all, is that picking me up?
It's a little quiet, but I think it's on.
Okay. Better? Is that better? Okay. So for the city manager report, there are 4 things. 2 are kind of informational, and the other 2 things will be an update on the 2025 General Assembly legislation post-briefing, and then the CIP and strategic priorities update will go together. But 2 of the more informational, one is on the solid waste task force. The community participants have been finalized. They will be Fred Thompson, Gabriela Abruzzi, and Diane Bartley. Those will be our community members who are joining us. And then the initial meeting has been scheduled for Wednesday, June 11th from 2 to 3:30 p.m. in the Dogwood rooms and on Teams as well. Press release will go out tomorrow, and the event will be added to the city calendar this week. And then we're also happy to let you know that the planning director has been selected and will start in July. We will share additional details next week. And with that, I will turn it over to Cindy and Alex, I believe, who are going to give us the most recent information and briefing on the General Assembly legislation. And also thank you to Alex. Always thank you to Cindy, but special thank you to Alex, who has joined us again and done a lot of work when it comes to our legislation process. So thank you, Alex.
Indeed. Thank you for the intro, and good evening, council. Yes, Alex and I are glad to be back for our...
Is that mic on too?
Yeah.
There you go. But
Do we
it's
need
quiet.
to adjust the Kestron a little? And let me know if you would like me to come over. All right, test, test, test. That doesn't sound much better to me. Hold on.
Move over there, or
We could try that mic since that was loud enough.
testing. Testing. Okay.
Better, thank you.
All right, yes, so we do have Alex Lee joining us for our second General Assembly session, so we're looking forward to doing the briefing this evening. I'm going to do a quick intro and then pass it over to Alex, and then we'll go back and forth, and then we look forward to any questions or comments. As we kick this off, we do want to say thank you to all of council, but especially our legislative committee that's been very engaged and involved this year. So thank you to Councilor Schneider, Hiscott, and Underhill for regular meetings and being on call when I needed a little input or advocacy with our friends down in Richmond. For tonight, you do have a staff report that we will give some key highlights on. You also have 2 attachments. One is the legislative tracking log that Alex will speak to, but I specifically wanted to call it out because this is really the work of Alex throughout the whole session. Every weekend, after a full week of General Assembly action, he would go through all the legislative, and update 230 some of the bills that we were tracking. This is Council's legislative program, VML and VACO core programs, and then in collaboration with the city attorney this year, we flagged some additional bills that we would track. So we'll go through that. Also went ahead and provided you the VML summary that they did in May, because they did a nice summary of bills that passed, failed, and some key issues. They overlap somewhat, but it's a little different presentation and style. And as Ms. Carroll said, I am really grateful and appreciative of Alex for his second year, all the time, joining us in Richmond, and then getting us to this point and teeing us up for the next session. And a little sneak preview in the next VML Town and Country newsletter, Alex will be published. He's doing an article on his experience doing legislative work with city and down in Richmond. So we're really looking forward to seeing that. He's been working with the editor and communications director. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Alex.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor Hardy and members of the City Council. Again, I'm incredibly grateful for this opportunity to present this post-session brief, and Ms. Cindy Mester as well for this opportunity as well. And I look forward to continually working and collaborating on legislative matters. So with that said, I'll start by talking about the general overview of the statistics of the bills in the legislative session for this year. So the particular ones are the House bills. For that, we had 1,236 House bills introduced. Now, out of those, 31 were incorporated, 895 failed, and 419 were approved. For the Senate bills, there were 758, 34 were incorporated, 488 failed, and 302 were approved. Now, you'll notice that those numbers don't add up to the original figure in the beginning, and that's because there was also bills that were continued from the last session, and the failed bills has overlap between the vetoed bills and the bills that did die in committee. So with that said, the city itself, we tracked, I believe it was 230 bills in total, and out of those 230 bills, 80 were passed and signed by the governor, and the rest, the 150, either failed in committee or were eventually vetoed by the governor. And so moving on, I know that Cindy did briefly talk about the format that we were using this year, and I want to talk a little more about that. So this year we were, of course, using an Excel spreadsheet, which was much better than the document format that we were using last year, which had around 40 or so pages, and that was quite inefficient. And so with this new format, it's a lot more searchable now, and it better reflects the impacts of the bills. And we were able to work with the city attorney to mark the bills, especially for their impact on the city departments. And so we also, I believe we've written here that we did transmit the legislative tracking log to the different departments. And so with this new format, it's a lot better for letting everyone in the city know what will change with the passage of the bills in this legislative session. And so moving on, the city had several priorities that were in the 2025 legislative program that were at the and sorry, just to note, that's on line 71. And the first one was an affordable dwelling unit code change, and that was a priority for this legislative session, and that was to amend the section 15.2-2304 of the Virginia Code to include the city on the list of localities with the authority to provide for an affordable dwelling unit program. And this was implemented and passed with the signing of House Bill 2137 that was patroned by Senator Salim and Delegate Simon. And moving on, there was also the stormwater grant allocation language. Now, the city requested that the state budget for be amended to clarify the original intent that a local match is not required for that $9 million. And this was actually introduced as an item on the budget as item 36512S, but it was removed because it was eventually administratively approved by the Virginia Department of Environmental Quality and Senate Finance, and that happened outside the budget process. So although it was removed, it was actually implemented in the end. And there was also stop sign video enforcement, and the city did support the addition of stop sign video enforcement to the existing list of public safety tools. This was not successful as the bill to implement these changes, which was House Bill 1673, it failed. And I know that we didn't necessarily touch on that here, but the city did also identify tenants' rights as a priority in the legislative program. And one specific action that the city wanted to prioritize was the notification of tenants if the landlord wished to not renew the lease agreement. And so with the signing of House Bill 1867, the landlord would now need to provide a 60-day advance notice for a non-renewal of a lease agreement. However, the bill did qualify that by writing that this was only for a landlord that owned more than 4 rental units. As for the rest of the priorities in that tenants' rights sections, there was also some bills that advanced local authority and some bills that perhaps failed. So one that passed was Senate Bill 1476, which allows a locality to sell blighted property. On the other hand, House Bill 2577 did not pass. It was a bill that would have allowed the city to declare a building unsafe under the Uniform Building Code and seal and vacate that building. And I believe with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Cindy Mester for now.
Thank you, Alex. We just wanted to highlight a few of the mandated state codes that impact city codes at line 90. There were 33 bills on the tracking log that passed and are mandated state codes and therefore impact our policy or our city code implementation. As Alex mentioned, we have provided this documentation to all of our leadership group and with the request for them to look at their functional areas and see the implications so we can look at city code changes or future work plan if there's optional things that we can change. So just a few things to highlight out of that 33. The first one is subdivision and site plan approval by designated agent. This is one where the General Assembly has changed who has the right to approve subdivisions and site plans. This is an item that the city attorney and the planning department has started working on, and you'll see June 2nd for your work session. The city charter actually protects the role of approval for subdivision and retains it under the Planning Commission. Under the state code change for site plan, the Planning Commission doesn't have the approval authority anymore. You have to designate an agent. And so in working with the staff, the city manager and city attorney and the acting planning director, who's behind me, are recommending that the planning director have that role. So we'll discuss that at the June 2nd work session and then bring it forward for an ordinance change pending council's input and discussion. There was an additional bill that impacts our subdivision ordinance, and that's the time frame for approvals, subdivision and site plans. And so we're looking at doing those two bills parallel to bring to council. Trying to do a simple fix to be compliant with state code and not redo everything, but look at those specific things concisely and then just through the normal process, look at any other zoning changes that might be needed. There are some changes to eminent domain in terms of the condemnation proceedings before the courts and timing, and those are outlined at lines 130 and 136. And so those are just calling it out to our staff and council, so if we end up in a situation where we're looking at an eminent domain, we know what the changes are to state code that we need to comply with. There are also some real estate tax exemption changes at line 141, and that's how the spouse's tax relief is calculated for military who have died in the line of duty or as a secondary consequence from their service, such as suicide. So that is an important piece to making sure we're amending our program that the treasurer is executing on behalf of the city, and to support those folks. But we are having to look at what is the implication in terms of a fiscal impact. So it's a positive thing for those that have served our country, but we need to make sure we know the impact. There's also a change noted at line 148 where how the real estate assessor calculates the assessment of affordable housing, and it's to be income-based. For the most part, that's the way the city currently does it, but the real estate assessor will be looking at that. We need to look at that in conjunction with how the commercial and industrial tax and commercial industrial tax equivalent is calculated, because that transportation component exempts affordable housing. So now we have two state code pieces that we'll be looking at in comparison to each other. There are some additional state authorized code changes that grant local authority, and you see some of those outlined starting at line 159. For example, comprehensive plan as it relates to working with housing developments by nonprofits. That is often referred to as the faith-based housing, and we had some community groups and churches exploring that with city council. That is now an optional thing to be put into the comprehensive plan, but I think it'll be consistent as council looks forward to the affordable living policy comp plan chapter that can be monitored and looked at. It's optional, but it ties nicely in with where we're heading. As the council knows, we were working very closely on the accessory dwelling unit state code initiated by Senator Sleen, and concurrently council has now adopted the ordinance related to that. But there is an amendment to the comp plan requirements now that you can do accessory dwelling. So now you all executed prior to the deadline, but anybody else now has it as optional, not mandatory. But interestingly, they did add to that bill a provision to allow comp plans to include tiny homes, which is 400 square feet. And so that'll be something that we would want to monitor and consider possibly as a local authority. It has both the ability to do affordable housing, but you also have to look at setbacks and water and sewer and all the important issues that you all addressed during the accessory dwelling process. The last bill I'll mention before I pass it back over to Alex is the tree canopy fund. With the state code change now, there can be an expanded tree canopy fund to help preserve our canopies if a developer can't do the full tree canopy on site with the redevelopment. And so I know that the arborist and the urban forestry commission is looking at that. So let me turn it back to Alex for a little highlight of a few other bills.
Just to highlight a few other bills that were falling under categories on the 2025 legislative program. There were 21 bills that were introduced pertaining to affordable housing. Out of these 21, 7 passed, including House Bill 2137, and the rest failed. Firearms, although that's not an explicit part of the legislative program, it was something that we did identify in previous years as being important to the city, so we've retained that on the tracking log for this year. None of the 30 bills passed, and these bills were either left in committee or vetoed. There were 2 bills pertaining to the Freedom of Information Act, and one of them passed and one failed. The one that failed is not directly relevant to the city, and it relates to meeting agendas being posted on websites prior to that meeting happening. As for K-12 school funding, there were 7 bills that were introduced pertaining to K-12 school funding, including a bill that would have authorized localities, including the city, to increase taxes to support schools. All of these introduced bills failed or received vetoes. The budget did provide increased funding for support cap positions and one-time bonuses for certain positions. However, all the recommendations by JLARC remain to be implemented. For the general category of local authority, there were 58 bills under this category. 17 were signed, and the rest were also failing or vetoed. These Senate bills do include some of the ones that we've mentioned before or listed above, which provided the city with increased authority or mandated changes to the city code. Finally, on the same page, there is pedestrian and street safety. 16 bills were introduced that relate to pedestrian and street safety, and out of these, 5 were passed, and the rest, including the previously mentioned stop sign video enforcement violation bill, also failed, and this was a fail or veto as well. Yeah.
So with that, that concludes our formal report. I do want to note that this, as we started with, is a way to wrap up the 2025 session, also receive input for 2026. The Legislative Committee has already identified that they want to start earlier in the fall to kind of really get a sense of what are our positions and what things we might want to patron a bill or ask to be patroned, and tee it up a little earlier, September, October, so when we come to council, we have some more work done by November. The tracking log and all the things that vetoed and failed, everything that's red on the tracking log, tab 3, can be a basis also to put our focus in for 2026 if there's key areas that council wishes to focus on. And with that, we'd be glad to entertain any comments or questions. And again, thank you to the Legislative Committee and council for this last session.
Great. Well, thank you, Ms. Messer, and thank you, Alex, for all your work on this. Clearly, I think it's very visible to us how much effort you put in, because the General Assembly sessions are fast and furious. It's really hard to keep track of it, so we are so grateful to have you supporting us another year. Let's open up to questions or comments. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I also want to extend my gratitude for the work for both of you, but especially for you, Alex, for jumping in and helping reorganizing it and making it searchable and consolidating it so it is a little bit easier for those who may not be as well versed in legislative language. And I also am happy that we are tying it into implications for our own staff's work and how it's being incorporated into making sure that we understand what needs to happen by July 1st and what codes need to change, and really ticking and tying it all the way through the process. And like any project, continuous process improvement is always the goal, and you guys are doing really, really well at that. So thank you for the work on that, and I think it will enable us to implement a lot of the changes more effectively and more efficiently moving forward. So thank you for all your work. I really appreciate it. And I look forward to reading your article when it's published.
Mr. Snyder?
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank fellow committee members, Debbie Hiscott and Justine Underhill. I think we did a lot of work before, during, and after the legislative session, so I want to thank you, but I especially want to thank the great staff that we work with on this. A couple priorities, which I hope we include next year, continues to be work on electronic traffic law enforcement, stop signs, speed enforcement, et cetera. That seems to constantly run into opposition from the leadership of both parties, and yet strong support from virtually every other conceivable group, elected officials, law enforcement, et cetera. So hopefully we can begin to break the logjam. Secondly, funding, of course, is a major issue. We receive very little state money. Virtually all the income tax and 4/5 of the sales tax go to Richmond and don't come back. So clearly funding issues of one kind or another for our schools or for other of our activities will, and our other priorities will continue to be a very top priority. We'll continue to work on housing issues and tenant rights issues as well. So I'd invite any other comments as we begin to look at our priorities. Well, and of course, the gun issue is first and foremost in our minds, and we've used whatever authority we had to the maximum extent, but the gun-related violent crimes continue. So that'll clearly be a priority as well. So any other comments from council will be much appreciated as we begin our work for the next legislative session.
Ms. Downs?
Thank you very much. I just have a question. What are we going to do when Alex goes to college? That's all I have to say. I'm very concerned about. We'll have to talk about that later, Alex.
I wish him really well, and we won't be able to fill his shoes, but hopefully he can give me a lead on another fellow student.
But a few of us were actually down in Richmond, so we got to see Alex and Ms. Mester in action. And so that was, for me, my first time, and it was really great to see you both work so hard and represent the city's interests so well. A couple of things. I agree with Mr. Snyder, that we continue to hear we continue to receive emails about, please put a speeding camera up, please put this, and on and on. And I think we sort of in the mayor's meeting last week talked about, it might be time to start directing our citizens to start emailing our state delegate and our state senator to say that, we really want the localities to have the authority to put some of this in to increase safety for our children. So I agree with Mr. Snyder and the Legislative Committee. That is something I think we need to keep. And maybe it's time now to get our citizens to start lobbying Richmond a little bit more. I did have a question about the property tax. I think it was line 123. I didn't understand, were they saying that we would have the ability to make sure people paid off their debts before they became eligible for exemption or deferral? Is that how that reads?
That is how it reads. Looking at the full language, though, we're going to do a deeper dive to make sure that we're understanding the actual code and the implications.
Yeah, that seemed a little odd to me. And of course, I do support, and I'm sure we all do, it could be maybe more of a financial consideration, but the fact that we are going to support spouses who lost their loved one due to suicide because of, what's probably as a result of serving in the military, mental health, especially with our service men and women is so important, and the services are not always there for them. So I think that's really good that that's written into there. This is just sort of comments that I'll just, and thank you, Mr. Snyder, and the Legislative Committee for continuing to focus on gun control. That is something I think we definitely would love to have more local control and being able to put in some ordinances. In terms of FOIA, Alex, you mentioned one did not pass. Do you know what passed on that? And if you don't, it's okay. I was just more curious. And I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I can find out later.
Yeah, I believe it was one that we identified, and it was in the log, and I'll quickly look for it. Because there were not many FOIA bills.
I'm sorry, I should have checked the log when I was looking.
No worries. Oh, I believe it was the, yes, it was House Bill 2152, and that was if I recall correctly, it's named Virginia Freedom of Information Act, Public Bodies FOIA Officer Training, and it says that if I believe it was the city attorney was designated as the FOIA officer, they would need additional FOIA training, if that's the case. Yes.
Okay.
And yet for the city of Falls Church, the city clerk is the designated one. And so that's who officially has to be trained, but of course we do a lot of training, and obviously the city attorney.
That's great. Thank you. I just, everyone up here on the dais takes the FOIA very, seriously, and I just wanted to make sure there wasn't something new that we needed to keep in mind.
The city of Falls Church, I think it was for some other locality.
Oh, okay. Okay. And then just a couple, another comment is that, I was disappointed about the JLARC, that, that is something that, when I was on school board, I'm sure my colleagues know that Virginia is in the bottom quarter of school funding in the whole country. It's quite embarrassing, actually. So the fact that nothing was implemented in terms of that JLARC report was very disappointing. And it was also disappointing, some localities in state of Virginia don't have the ability to have tax increases to improve their schools. And that's something I know as Falls Church City has always tried to lead that and tried to advocate for these other communities that can't issue local taxes to enable to fund new school buildings and things. So that's the education piece that's all very disappointing. So, but thank you all for this update. It was really eye-opening. And again, thank you both for your work. And Alex, we are so appreciative of all you've been doing for us. Thank you.
Ms. Flynn?
I'll echo everyone's thanks to Alex and Cindy and the Legislative Committee for the 2025 work and the 2026 work we'll all again soon be engaging in. In addition to some of the kind of areas we've already discussed, I would also be interested for 2026 to see sort of where we land on the solid waste, fee task force and whether we would want to, potentially advocate for any further sort of authority to grant relief depending on the burden some of these fees place on particular households. And then also, as I know, the city attorney, I think, and Ms. Mesder had previously mentioned some of the ongoing issues we've had with Dominion about some of the what's it called, the electric redundancy, like wanting, to have the backup electricity for those poles that service the city government buildings would be a great thing to make sure that we don't lose sight of as we go into the next legislative session, given sort of some of those ongoing issues that we've been having. And then I just wanted to ask a few questions. So I know on line 91 of the staff report, we you talk about, those bills that have passed that we're flagging for further review. And so I just wanted to have a sense of sort of how staff sees that proceeding and to ensure that that's happening in coordination with the city attorney for, any code updates that may need to happen to come back, before us for council action.
That is the plan, and that's part of the process improvement this cycle with this tracking log and the added categories, as we've noted. Awareness, review policy, or as mandated impacts is now flagged and sorted, and the full log was given to the staff with the highlights of the mandated ones, with the request to provide the city manager and the city attorney their assessment for what we just implement, because it's code change, it doesn't change city code, or if it needs city code, what has to be done by July 1 or as soon as we can. And so that'll have to fit into staff workload. The mandatory ones will happen. It's just how we phase it through if it requires council action. The local authority, though, we need to identify and then work into the next 2-year work plan, for example.
Great, thank you. And then I know for the tree canopy fund, as you mentioned, will be, we'll have the arborist look more closely at it, and I know Urban Forestry Commission will be interested in it, and it would be great if we could kind of have it tie into the work that's already going on with the commercial tree canopy ordinance for whenever that initiating resolution goes out, that potentially it's, pinned to it as an additional item to look at that time, even if it also goes to more of the special exception kind of issues in terms of the amount of tree canopy on site.
Yeah, and we flagged that before the General Assembly finished, as the work on that code change was starting to look at it. And you all do have a very engaged Urban Forestry Commission and chair in particular for legislation, so they were monitoring it during the session as well.
Great. And then the last thing I had was actually on the VML slides that you included, and it was slide 17 of the transportation bills that passed. And I just wanted to ask about the first and last item, given that it seemingly alters kind of the little authority that we have in this area. So the first one on photo speed monitoring devices seemingly expands the criteria for who is allowed to swear or affirm a violation captured by photo speed enforcement, and permits retired sworn law enforcement officers to review the footage. So I know that the chief may have, mentioned sort of staff hours that were going towards some of that review. So I guess I would just ask to, follow up on that item. And then similarly, the third item, maybe, I don't know if this was before required or not, but seems to say that now for the photo speed enforcement cameras operating in school zones, so for example, the one that we now have on West Broad, that we'd need to demonstrate through images or documentation that the school zone lights were activated at the time of the violation. So I don't know whether we are already capturing that or we'll need to implement some sort of additional record keeping requirement so that we are actually able to, have folks who are not complying with that safety enhancement that we included to actually, kind of internalize that conduct.
Yeah, those are two good examples of state code mandated that now the department, in this case, police, need to look at the actual vendor, the contract, and make sure we can comply with this change. And so that's the new process improvement where we're calling it out specifically to help staff zero in. And granted, it's 230 bills, not all 3,000 plus the ones that pass. So fortunately, a lot of our departments also get feedbacks from their peers and their associations, so I'm sure we'll pick up a few others as well. But these are the top priority ones in working with the city attorney that we flagged.
But thank you again, overall. Really appreciate the work, so thanks.
Okay, I have a few things. So also from the VML deck, I don't know which slide it is, but HB 1996 was for planning and zoning changes that we only need 5 days notice versus 7 days notice for the second public hearing. So I wanted to make sure the city clerk's office and the city attorney was aware of that. I know sometimes we have issues with our charter versus state code, but I want to flag that for you all. Hopefully we'll have more time, I think, to talk about the 2026 ledge priorities, but it is good that the ledge committee is taking notes in advance. But I guess I want to talk more about the elephant in the room, which is the federal budget bill and the September reconvened session, because I feel like we need to start being consistent in what our ask is of the General Assembly. So I think based on the current bill that may pass the Senate as well, there are going to be severe kind of cuts to SNAP benefits, WIC benefits, and other kind of human safety net. And I am pretty concerned what that means for the people who receive those benefits in the city. And so I guess my suggestion is that we clearly need to be united in asking the General Assembly to step in when they reconvene in September on providing, whether it's Medicaid, again, SNAP benefits, et cetera, and what that may mean for all the residents of Virginia who are receiving those benefits. So I guess I would flag that as kind of the big issue that I think we should be consistent on. Whether it's a letter or something regionally, I know that the next time mayors and chairs get together, that'll probably be the topic of conversation. So I wanted to flag that for council.
I think that's a good point, and we're monitoring the two House and Senate committees as they work through their federal observations, and the Northern Virginia Legislative Liaisons. We scheduled our first 2026 meeting and summer special session for the first week of September. So we're starting that regional conversation, and I can keep council and the Ledge Committee informed as we work on what sort of the regional messaging we're hearing in collaboration.
Got it. And that's on top of, obviously, the impacts of the federal reductions that many of our residents are facing. So that's kind of the first thing I wanted to put out there is the September reconvene session. Do we know when exactly the General Assembly is coming together again?
We do not.
Okay, but sometime in September is what we're told.
Sometime in September, and it's still unclear if the General Assembly is going to come back from their unadjourned 2024 session or the governor will call them back. But everybody is sure we'll have another session, just not who and when.
Okay. So I guess a request for the Ledge Committee to pay attention and keep us informed on engagement for that. I was talking about 26 priorities, so agree with everybody's comments on transportation and ped safety, so thank you for flagging those. In general, we haven't done enough for tenant protection and rights. We continue to get messages from our multifamily residents who live in kind of not great conditions that we wish we could do more of, and so I would ask that we continue advocating, especially now that multifamily makes up more than half of our housing stock. I think that's an important thing to continue pushing on. Ranked choice voting. So that's something that council has talked about in the past, and I know that the bill currently, the law allows currently city council and county boards to use RCV. I think to date across the Commonwealth, only Arlington and Charlottesville is using it. There was a bill that failed to actually allow it for the other races on the local offices, so i.e. school boards. And that's something that I think this council and previous councils has expressed an interest in. And so if we can follow whether there's be upcoming legislation so that school board races and other local offices could also follow RCV, I think it would make sense to consider kind of a more progressive way of voting. So I would
Certainly make note of that, and it's certainly from an administration and less confusing. It's better if all races are ranked choice.
I think that's the main thing that's holding many people back, is that you allow it for, again, city council and county boards, but not yet the other offices on the ballot.
I just wanted to plus one that.
Thank you.
I would say I would just want to have further conversation about it before we necessarily endorse it, for the city in terms of our legislative program. I do think that kind of the voter education piece of it and the consistency piece of it are important. I think I would be interested, given sort of, the number of people who tend to run for our races, or sort of the number of recent more uncontested races that we've had, or small number of kind of candidates, whether moving to a ranked choice voting system makes sense in terms of some of the administrative costs and public education that you have to do around that issue. Because while it's still important, there's also, a lot of noise around like voter integrity kind of issues, and you want people to, have public confidence in the system that we're using, and many people like to be able to kind of track their vote in particular. And so I just would want to have more of a fulsome discussion on council before we are taking a particular position in the legislative packet. So
We can
thank you.
certainly do that as part of the legislative process. Historically, or the past attempts have been that General Assembly would grant the locality the authority to do it, and then you'd have the choice, because certainly then it would give you the opportunity to do a fuller, more wholesome community engagement discussion and pros and con analysis, and then adopt the ordinance. But we can work it through the ledge program and see where you all would land. Generally, like I said, it's written, other localities have done it as local choice, not a mandate, especially not an unfunded mandate.
Yeah, I think it's just to have the ability to do it, and obviously it would still be a locality's decision.
Yeah, I was just going to comment that I'm interested in having the ability to do that, which doesn't make us have to do it, but it gives us an opportunity to do it and have those discussions to see, since there are other jurisdictions nearby and who have, and we can learn from what went well, what didn't go well. We wouldn't have to be the first at trying it. And I think it would just be interesting to have the opportunity and interesting to have the discussion about whether it's the right thing for Falls Church City or not.
Okay, and then one last thing that's not related to 2026, but something that Alexandria is doing that has been on our legislative program is banning gas-powered leaf blowers. And so they've actually enacted, I think they actually had their second reading already, so now it is law in Alexandria that they are banning gas-powered leaf blowers with a phase-in period, as well as moving the city to lead by example to actually phase them out as well. And they're doing it based on an attorney general's opinion on doing it through their noise ordinance, so not through express authority from the General Assembly. So I know that we've heard from many residents in the past about wanting to do the same. And so I guess my request to staff is, one, do we think that that is a viable path for us? And then two, do we want to monitor how long Alexandria's process goes, and then we can decide whether we want to take up the same thing or whether we want to continue advocating for it in the General Assembly, our ledge priorities.
And I might recommend both, because if it's permissive under the state code, it simplifies it. But we do have an active city attorney work order in looking at whether our city charter would allow you to have the same authority under your noise ordinance as Alexandria, since we operate different charters. So
yeah.
That is actively under legal review.
Great, thank you. Yeah, and operationally, I think the way I understand Alexandria enforces their noise ordinances through zoning. And I think for us, we do it through our police department. So it's operationally a little different and probably worth a conversation whether it's feasible even.
It is challenging to enforce the noise ordinance. And gas leaf blowers, the big landscapings come through, and by the time you get the complaint, they've moved out of the locality or to another property, it turned them off. So that's where I think the state code as a more holistic approach is better, but maybe there's something in between. I did testify on this bill last session because Senator Saleem had patroned that bill, and I anticipate he'll do it again. And so we could certainly work with them. The challenge from the committee, and it didn't even make it out of subcommittee, it went down pretty quick, was can you lead by example? And leading by example, we've been looking at it with our city contracts, but a lot of the landscapers don't have non-gas blower leaf blowers yet. And so then there's the question of, well, if Alexandria does it, but nobody else, how do they know where the boundaries are? So there's some implementation issues we need to work through, but first we need to know what our legal authority is basis. So I think also as there's more equipment available, it makes it easier to implement than where we are kind of right now in a transition period.
Great. Any final comments on this year's laws or early thoughts on 2026? Okay. Thank you for the very fulsome discussion.
Thank you, Council.
So we're going to move along to our CIP update and City Council Strategic Priority Initiatives update as well. And it looks like Caitlin is coming to the microphone. We do also have our new DPW director is here as well, Amanda, and a few other, I think, DPW personnel as well. So with that, Caitlin, if you want to get started, and yours is up there.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Caitlin Sobsey, CIP coordinator, and I'm here tonight presenting the CIP quarterly updates. In your packet tonight, there's a staff report and an updated staff status report for the last 3 months of CIP project activity. I think, can we scroll down to line 48? There are 38 total active projects. There were also 38 active projects last quarter. We did complete 2 projects and remove those, but we also moved 2 new projects from project development section to active projects. So while that number has stayed flat, we have been completing projects and advancing newer projects. We use the traffic light methodology to report the status of those projects. Green is for on target or on time. Yellow for at risk or experiencing project delivery challenges. And red for behind target. As of this month's update, 23 projects are green, 3 projects are yellow, and 12 projects are red. Many of those red projects are either nearing construction or already in construction, and some are anticipated to be complete in the next 3 months. So I think we can look forward to seeing less red projects on the next quarterly update as we finish some of those older legacy projects, or permanently red sometimes is what we call older projects that are so significantly behind their original target schedules that they may be on track now and they may be in construction or nearing completion, but they're not really eligible to be considered on target. This is the 4th quarterly report for fiscal year 25. So this is sort of the end of fiscal year 25 reporting for us. Next update will be the 1st quarter of fiscal year 26, so we can anticipate seeing some newer fiscal year 26 projects on that report in the project development list as well, probably. In the last year, over the last 4 quarters, we completed a total of 14 CIP projects and had an overall average rate of 69. I think we're on line 115 to 130 now. Yeah, this is our CIP in review and our quarterly trend summary. So over the last 4 quarters, we had an overall average rate of 69% on target, 14% at risk, and 18% on target, or behind target, excuse me. So 69% on target, that's our rate to beat or exceed in the next year. I've actually been toying a little bit with the way that we capture completed projects. So right now, when a project is completed, we change the status to green on the quarterly report when it is presented to council as completed. And I'm thinking about maybe changing, because I think that might inflate our overall rate of greens. And so if we report completed projects as the last color that they were reported as, that might give us more accurate trends and analysis here, and might also motivate us to keep projects green, and to keep, more greens on our CIP dashboard here. We focused a lot over the last 4 quarters on improvements to project delivery, and that's something that is still ongoing and is still one of our primary goals to make continuous improvements to. But in the next year, we also have some project development improvements that we'd like to look at. Sometimes our project delivery challenges are exacerbated by project development challenges. So if we, in the project development stage, have had multiple challenges or missteps, then it's really hard to catch up once we're in the delivery stage. So we're working on making some improvements to project development in the next year, including project scoping and estimating, our project charter and kickoff process, and also our CIP public engagement process. That's really it for me. I'm joined by several other DPW staff members, as Jenny mentioned, including our DPW director, Amanda Brain, and our CIP manager, Ali Kavari. And we are available to take questions if you'd like.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Sopsey. We'll start with Ms. Underhill over here.
Thank you so much for this report. It's really helpful to see everything in one place. Something that came up maybe last week, I believe it was last week, was it turned out that some of our projects came in less expensive than we had expected. And so we had a surplus of funds. And so then I asked during that process if there was a way to tell from any of our documents whether or not we were under budget or over budget for any of these projects. From any of these documents that you have tonight, would we be able to tell if a project was under budget? And is that something that we could add in the future?
So from what I've presented tonight, no, there's no way to tell. There's no indicator of projects under budget or over budget. Sometimes we have in the notes section, like if a project is over budget or we have a funding shortfall, that will be indicated. That's usually comes along with a red status. As far as projects that are under budget, no, there's no indicator of that. That is something that I think maybe the first quarter of fiscal year 2025 I did, or maybe it was last fiscal year, I have provided detailed financial data on CIP projects before. It was a lot of information. I felt it was a lot of information. The council at that time felt it. I felt like I was getting the message that it was a lot of information. So that's something that maybe we can work on in the future. I wasn't present for the discussion about the specific surplus of funding that you're referring to. I can say that that is there are sort of programmatic projects where historically we've treated them as programs and we've lumped in a bunch of projects into one project. That makes oversight really hard, right? Both for tracking project schedules and progress, but also for tracking financials. That's how that surplus happened, and that's something that we've been working on to improve in the last year. We've gotten away from, there's a couple other programmatic areas in facilities and transportation. It's especially hard where we have overlap with the schools as well. So like in facilities and the parks program, we have some project overlap with the schools. We're trying to get away from that, and we've increased oversight over those areas a lot in the last year. That's part of the reason why we knew about the surplus.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I was just surprised to see an extra $400,000 suddenly that we had, especially as we were just talking about the budget and everything else. So it would have been nice to, I guess, be aware of the bigger picture. So if there is some way, obviously without overcomplicating things, but to communicate that somehow in these updates, if there is a big pot of money that suddenly...
Ms. Underhill, do you mean, I agree with you, do you mean that maybe the easier thing would be to, when the project is completed, then to say it's completed, it came in under budget, it came in over budget.
Yeah.
That might be easier than, I don't think we're looking for you to constantly update us on, where we are budget-wise with all these. Would that work? Or?
Yeah, I mean, and I guess it's, as Caitlin was saying, it's more complicated when things are like lumped, a bunch of projects are lumped in together under a bigger umbrella. So I will leave it to staff to figure out the best way to do it, but if there is some way that we would know ahead of time before, like, there's suddenly $400,000 that we had that we didn't know about, it would just be nice.
Yeah, I'll just plus one that as well, for both general government and the schools, just so we have an understanding when we're making big budget decisions or having to face, the times we're anticipating we're going to have to face, that we understand where there is additional fund balances or CIP project under spending. That'll be really helpful.
Yeah.
So thank you.
And then my next question is, I was curious about the South Washington and Annandale project. And that line item says, project deficit not funded, de-scope or cancel project. You're seeking cost estimates for signal replacement and ADA upgrades only. I was just wondering if you could talk about what happened to that project.
Yeah, I will say in the notes section there, I really misspoke. I should not have used the word cancel. It really is being considered for de-scoping right now.
Okay.
There is a funding shortfall. We didn't include any additional local funding like match in this year's CIP. So we're not able to increase our grant funds because we don't have the local match to support it. And so we're looking at de-scoping the original project scope to just replace the mast arm and ADA upgrades as required. I don't know if Ally or Amanda want to say anything else about that, but that's the gist right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I guess so because we didn't have additional funding in there for that project, that's the reason that it's getting de-scoped.
Correct.
And so could some of the underfunding or the surplus funds go to fund that? Or how big is that deficit? Do you have a?
It's a significant one.
Yeah, it's almost about $2.5 million.
Oh, two and a half.
Yeah, $2.5 million.
$2.5 million, okay. So right now that's being de-scoped, but it's still, I mean, we still have drawings and plans for what it would be. So is that still something that we're pursuing? And we might be able to get grant funding, or it's completely?
So we have grant funding for it currently.
Mm-hmm.
We were looking at increasing the grant request. That would then, it's a 50-50 grant. So we would have to increase our local match as well. The project has always only been in a pretty conceptual phase. So like we're not far along enough in design. So what we've been doing is asking VDOT to help us look at the project scope and the estimates and sort of help us solve for the issue that we have right now. And we're just waiting to hear back from VDOT.
Okay. Yeah, that's one of the trickiest intersections. And just from a feelings perspective, it also feels like one of the most dangerous intersections, but we should look at the data.
Can I jump in on that one? Because I had a question as well just on that item with the South Washington and Annandale. And I guess some of it may just be as you're saying, the like word choice, but even by saying sort of project deficit not funded in fiscal year 26, it did, when I read it, sort of raised to me a question of like, who's accountable for that decision, right? Like it made it seem like there was like a decision to not fund it or a conversation about not funding it, as opposed to like, staff and financial, like funding is such that staff's chosen not to pursue this at this time, or is pursuing this in connection with VDOT to troubleshoot funding and scope of project, right? So like, but when I looked at it, I was like, like who decided we weren't funding it when it wasn't part of the funding conversations? And so I think just some of there's so much information in this, and it's like a nitpicky thing, but just being careful on some of the like word choice on those sorts of things, because I think that's then what we're like, wait, what did we miss a conversation along the way? Kind of things that arise on our end.
I had noted as well, as like I would have preferred that a conversation be like, what are the options? Like we don't have enough money, so the options are we're going to de-scope it, we're not going to do it, we're going to take money from another project, we're going to delay it, and I think that's more of a council decision, and we'd rather that option discussion be with us, I guess, because I do share the concern that it's a pretty high-risk intersection. I run on it, Debbie. And so there's only 2 ped heads, and it's a pretty long ped crossing, and it's actually one of the busiest, I think, ped crossings we have. And in general, as we talk about transportation equity, the south of Broad area, other than the South Washington multimodal project, just doesn't get enough love from the city. And that intersection is just really tough to cross. We have a number of businesses where people probably would do more walking if that intersection were not as big and wide. And so I would love for us to go back and, number one, look at the data. Is it a high-risk intersection? And 2, what are the options to get it either back on track on the original scope or have that option discussion with us?
Yeah, I agree on that one. It's one of the intersections where I use my, I feel like I need to flail my arms around and make myself big to cross safely test, which is like not a great sign for the safety of the intersection.
And to follow on to that, when I was talking to people in Virginia Village, that was the intersection that came up the most that they wanted to see so that they could cross safely there.
Yeah. Anyway, using the word cancel was a really regrettable choice on my part. I am so sorry. It's not being considered for cancellation. We want to address the issues at that intersection. We're just trying to figure out the best way to do that. We do have existing funding of $950,000. We feel like we should be able to replace the mast arm and address, the crossings for that amount. Right, yeah. And the funding was, I don't know if that was a question or not, but the funding was a staff recommendation under sort of the availability of local funding that we had in this year's CIP.
I guess one intersection over is Annandale and Hillwood, where we had the pole come down. I think it's on a temporary signal. Is that on track to get replaced, or I didn't see that on the list?
That's also
had a temp signal for a while.
sort of in a similar situation as Washington Annandale. I'm not really sure why it's not on the list. I feel like I thought it was. Washington and Hillwood's not there.
Caitlin, I'll jump in. So during the CIP this year, we had a conversation I think we shared with you all. There was a series of intersections in the city that we need to make some improvements to. I think there were 4 or 5.
4.
And I think as we were looking at them, the traditional way that we've been going about these intersections, they turn into $4 million projects that we have a really hard time getting done. They've got all this grant money with all these weird requirements, and the scope of them is pretty expansive. And so I think the team has been looking at, are there ways to get at the core improvements that are needed at those intersections, both from an infrastructure standpoint as well as a pedestrian safety standpoint, without having to spend $4 million a piece on them. And so the 2 that you're mentioning now, I think, are in that conversation. Yes. Hillwood and Roosevelt is in on that conversation.
Broad and Spring.
Broad and Spring, and so that's something the team's actively working on to come up with a better plan that we can better afford, because we could make a decision to do one of these intersections for $4 million, and then we don't have a path really to do any of the rest of them. And so that's some of the conversation I think we tried to have and share with y'all during the CIP this past spring, and I don't know that we did the best job of communicating it because it's kind of complicated and messy. But hopefully that additional context helps for this discussion.
Thank you. Sorry, I think someone was mentioning Washington Annandale, and then I don't think we can pin. That
was all on my end.
Okay. Mary Beth?
Thank you for this review. A couple questions. One is the smart cities. I think that's we're scheduled to have an update on that coming up soon.
Yes, at the June 2nd meeting.
Okay, then I'll just save my question for the June 2nd meeting. Last week when you were here, I mentioned that the thermoplastic intersection at Oak Street Elementary needed to be fixed, and it's fixed. So I don't know if Fairfax Water did that or you did that, but I drove over today and went, oh, okay. So that's one to check off the list. Caitlin, I'm wondering if you want to put your completed projects in purple or something, just to show that they're actually done. Do the whole line in purple or highlight the line, and that would really show that it's been completed and not just green, that it's, moving along full speed ahead.
I don't know what kind of traffic light has a purple light, but okay.
Well, it could be, something else. I don't know, blue as blue skies ahead or something. But I think that would show that it's done. Or highlight the whole line. I think that would also be really good. And then some of the ones that are still red, I also feel like there should be a way to show beyond your notes, like, this is not our fault that they're red. Hawk signals are so close, but they aren't quite done because of a partner. So I don't know if there's dots you can put in there, or slanted lines or something, but sometimes because we work with partners on so many of these, it might be an interesting way to show that as well. But thank you.
Mr. Snyder.
Thanks. Yeah, I think it's important to be able to explain each and every project that's red as to why it is, and I think the chart begins to do that. But I think we need to be as precise as we can in what we're doing about it to bring it up to speed. But more a general request. So it's really important to maintain our ability to make transportation improvements, that we're applying for all the grants that we can conceivably apply for. So this is a request that staff look again at how we're reaching out to get the grant funds that are available, either through NVTA or NVTC. I know that I guess I've been told in the past that there have been, some staffing issues about actually getting the projects done. I think we've addressed that, but we need to maintain that we are making maximum use of the funding pipelines. So I just want to make sure that I make that point tonight. And I don't know whether it's in planning particularly, or Public Works, or a combination of two, but we need to make sure that we're applying for every funding cycle that we've got a project that's important to us can be in there competing, and I'll clearly do everything I can to deliver the resources. So.
Okay. That's what I've tried to do that with the sort of pending upcoming grant application section. We also, in the past, have presented, annually, we've presented the slate of grant applications. We have not done that for a few years, but that was something that we usually presented to at least Planning Commission, I believe City Council as well, to just have like sort of a year look ahead of these are the grant opportunities that are coming up, and these are the projects that we've identified for these funding sources, or we don't have a project identified yet, or we're passing on this round. So I wonder if maybe like bringing in more of that information into this report would be would help sort of what you're talking about of like.
Yeah, or a separate report. I'm less.
Okay.
Yes, I'm interested in the information, but I'm more interested in making sure that we've got the resources to be applying for the grants that would be useful to us across the landscape. And that's particularly the case considering the likelihood of fewer and fewer federal funding opportunities. And I know we've done a good job of getting state grants in the past, but I want to make sure that we continue that. Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Downs.
Thank you. Thanks for this presentation. I want to, speaking of funding, I thought it was great to read about the staff had applied for, I guess, 2 different grants, $3 million each for the flow equalization basin. And I know that we often talk up here about concerns about federal funding and that sort of thing. I mean, do we think we have a shot at those? Does anyone?
That's all Cindy, yeah.
That's a federal legislation piece, so those both were submitted under the community project funding through Congressman Beyer and Senator Warner.
Oh, okay.
And so we've gotten the first step of a budget reconciliation process going at the federal level. So it's positive on our representations. They've made it into the next step of committee. Right. Whether they make it into a federal budget.
Okay.
Stay tuned.
Right.
But we'll keep monitoring and advocating. So they have been requested, but that's also why you don't see them in the CIP.
Okay, I understand.
Really, really, really tentative right now.
Okay, great. But it's, you know, with two more senior, between Congressman Beyer and Senator Warner, two more senior, you know, representatives, hopefully we have a shot at it.
So we put the 3 million each for a total of 6 million for the flow equalization.
That would be amazing.
basis. And then we also did a parallel amount under affordable housing for Virginia Village.
Okay.
Not that dollar amount, it's about a 2 million combined, but.
Thank you, Ms. Mester. That's great. We'll keep our fingers crossed. I just wanted to thank everyone who had a hand in getting that stadium turf field replaced at Meridian. My son had tore his ACL playing football last year, and part of the reason they suspect is that turf should have been replaced a couple of years. Not just that, but when you have old turf and it's not replaced, that it can make more injuries happen. So thank you for, it's beautiful. If you haven't seen it, stop by. It's beautiful, the big M. So thank you for everyone who had played a role in getting that funding going. Ms. Sosby, so you were saying that the difference between, so if you're looking at May 2025, I'm looking at that little chart, May 2025 to July 2024, the difference in the on target is 20 percentage points. You're saying that's mostly because you've now had some projects that have just gone on, and so that's sort of, you're trying to wrap those up. And again, no fault. It could be, you know, as everyone said, it could be a partner, it could be Dominion, it could be someone that's made some of these projects go on and on. So that's really what the difference in the project completion, or why we're not as green in May 2025 as we were in July 2024.
Yeah, I think there's a number of reasons why that can fluctuate. Like sometimes, I talked a little bit earlier about like permanently red projects where like we're just so far past the original schedule that it's red. But we can go from a green project and then maybe it turns yellow or even red because we've missed a right-of-way date, or we've missed some sort of, date along our schedule, but then we can sort of make it back up later.
Right.
And
So
that
as you
project could go back to green.
That's right. So sort of as you dig into it, then something pops up that, and it turns, okay.
It's not really a science. I mean, I mostly use the colors, and we've talked about this before, like I mostly try to use the colors to communicate to council like what we need. So if the project is yellow or red, that's a good time for us to communicate, right? From staff to council, like these are the challenges we're having. These are the ongoing challenges we're having. Yeah.
Okay, great. No, it's very, I mean, as someone who's new on the council, it's especially helpful to me. So thank you. And then just one last quick question. Do you have any idea in terms of the concession stand at Meridian when that's supposed to start? Have you heard anything on the school side of things? Or maybe Ms. Connolly, have you heard anything? No.
I'm trying to remember.
It wasn't going to end till winter 2025 is what the...
I'm sorry, what did you say?
It wasn't going to end till winter 2025, I think,
Yeah.
so...
Okay.
But it's not in construction right now.
Okay,
and
yeah.
I think, pending, they're still going through some transition, and they've had some staff turnover. I think, our facilities team has been working to see how we can support them maybe with those two projects that they have that are red. And I think we'll have more details in the next report. Yeah.
Thank you. That's personally one of that was originally supposed to be in the Meridian plan, and then it was cut out when the Meridian started to creep over budget. So I understand why it was, but I always thought this is what was going to happen. It would be years till we could figure it out. Okay, but thank you all very much.
Ms. Lynn?
I just had one quick one, and that was on the priority bike route. I know that the chart reflects upcoming engagement with the condo associations, and I just wanted to confirm, as we've discussed before, that in addition to those conversations, that we're going to actively work on the other aspects of that kind of connection that doesn't depend on the condo associations to continue to make progress with that bike route.
I'll just add that, yes, we're going to be bringing a design consultant on board this summer to continue the conversation about that project.
Vice Mayor?
That's two very one big comment and then one very minor, narrow comment, which the bigger one is, again, we continue to see Dominion as a major roadblock into two very large projects. And, we've discussed before if there's anything council can do with regard to working with our state level relations on how we can help move anything forward. Please let us know. I think that offer still stands. And many up here have had some of those discussions and, the state level surprise. So I know Cindy, you work with them very closely, but if there's anything that we can do to help, please let us know. And then the second is it crosses over future CIP and current budget. It was a question that came up at ESC that I forgot to ask at budget meeting last week about. There is, thank you for doing the Aurora House solar. There's talk about, there's discussion about doing an evaluation of the community center roof for solar. And is funding for the evaluation of that covered? I see that, there's nothing in the CIP because we haven't done an evaluation to see how much it's going to cost or if it's actually even tenable based upon the structure of the roof. But is there funding for that? And maybe that goes to Kieran or into the next conversation. I'm not sure. But it ties into a potential future CIP when it addresses the solar panels.
So we reallocated money in the operating budget to DPW facilities to be able to do some of the energy plan work. We've talked about energy audits and a number of different activities. And so I think looking at the community house or community center. Looking at the community center roof, I think this next year would be one of the things that the team would consider,
So there's not a line item specifically, but it's in the budget allocation towards the overall plan.
Doing an assessment shouldn't be a huge line item, so there's not a specific line amount for that.
Okay. I didn't hear what Kieran said.
Part of facilities reinvestment.
Okay. So then hopefully that will, with that analysis, then we'll tie it back into next year's future CIP. Thank you.
Okay, well, given that everyone had questions and comments, clearly I'm not the only one who thinks this is one of their favorite topics every quarter. So thank you for this report. It's always really helpful because I think this is a council that cares a lot about seeing projects happen and deliver and the improvement in the community. I think it's a really good reflection of taxpayer dollars. So we often get a lot of feedback and questions about it. So thank you for putting the effort in. I really like the discussion we were having about when projects complete, maybe being able to monitor the budget status and being, have a more open discussion about where we came in on the budget. I think in general, as we get more disciplined as projects finish up, it would be great to monitor and assess how they're doing. Like we passed our accessory dwelling ordinance about a month and a half ago. How did that do? Are we getting, any applications in? We finished this project. How did we do? Did we come in under budget? Did we come in over budget? Did this, did we meet the expectations in the original scope? So that's just a good thing to do. I had one specific comment and then two broad ones. Greenleaf Lincoln, I think we requested to have a briefing kind of in an upcoming council meeting, given that we're going to be phasing it. And so I think that requires probably more thorough discussion we don't have to have now. We talked about South Washington, Annandale already. My two kind of broad comments. One, if you looked at just the report, there's a significant increase in the number of red projects, where 30% of our CIP projects are now in red, majority of them being the two school projects and transportation projects. I think while I understand the concern of, gosh, there's so many in red, I think the conversation we're having up here is important. So the former project manager me believes that you should actually keep them in red because then you can identify the themes and the trends and drive those conversations. For example, VDOT seems to be a common issue that we have, or Dominion seems to be a common issue we have. That enables us and also senior leaders that have those appropriate conversations. So rather than say, hey, it's not our fault, I'd actually think we should keep them in red because that helps escalate that. Hey, now a third of our CIP projects are in red due to these factors external to us on Falls Church, and then leverage us to kind of help remove those roadblocks. So I guess my vote would be keep things in red where appropriate, because I think it enables us to see those trends and hopefully remove those roadblocks for you. Second, my overall kind of takeaway when I saw the status of all these projects is we've got a lot of construction happening right now, but also a lot going to start this summer. So Berman Park's getting a new playground, Maple and Annandale, the roundabout's going to happen, Washington, Columbia, the Greenway Downs NTC. I think these are all scheduled to start this summer. I don't even know if that's a complete list. From a communications perspective and just a community like preparedness, I feel like we need to do some sort of big wraparound communication about here's all the stuff that's going to improve across the city, maybe a map, maybe some cool videos, but I think people need to be prepared that these are your tax dollars at work out in the community, and do some sort of broad kind of campaign about it so people can be prepared, change traffic routes if needed. But we have a lot of good stuff happening this summer, and I want to make sure that, one, all the work happening in Public Works and the other planning teams get credit, but two, the community is well prepared to see how, again, their taxpayers are working for them, and reflective of the priorities we've heard from the community as well. So I guess I would put that request out to Mary Catherine and audience and Amanda on how we can coordinate on that. But I think it's a good news story to tell, because all these projects we've talked about for so many years are actually going to be in the ground. It'll be a little miserable for the next several months while they're happening, but the other side of it is going to be some great things that we're going to deliver for Falls Church. So thank you in advance for that. Any final comments on the CIP? We haven't talked about the council strategic priorities yet, so I assume that's still up. Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Who's next on the?
Pull up. I think it's being pulled up. Thank you. Gosh, these really aren't. I feel like I have to get right up on the microphone. So we're going to cover the highlights and then take questions. So if you can go to the first slide. So there are two columns. One is key accomplishments and the other one is what's coming up next for us. So in this last quarter, we did complete one of the initiatives, which was develop zoning code amendments for consideration that would allow for accessory dwelling units. So that was complete. I think give everybody a hand, council and staff, that was completed. And then some other key accomplishments under number 4, which is recommend potential code amendments to increase canopy coverage standards in the city. A scoping discussion with council was held on March 17th. Number 5, develop options to pay for solid waste services that incentivize waste reduction and promote equity. I believe that we have covered this in depth in the last couple of weeks through the budget conversation. And the solid waste task force has been set up, and I highlighted the first meeting that would be happening soon. Complete the ADA transition plan, number 8. The field evaluation work is completed and the final report is expected in summer of 2025. And then build upon the current practices for transparency in city land development processes. The COIA training was completed in April. 120 elected and appointed officials, members of boards and commissions, and city staff participated in that training. And I believe that one is also, that particular initiative is, I think, almost completed. I think there are 2, that was one that I looked at specifically. I think there are 2 items that to be completed, and then it will be done. So
I believe one of the last items in there is the disclosure of real parties and interest in the land development forms, and that would be one of the last things to do.
Okay, great. So things that are coming up next in the strategic plan. One is the community center geothermal HVAC project is coming to completion, and heard from Danny that they expect to be moving back into the community center in the next 2 weeks, and camps will start on June 9th. 9th or 6th. I believe it's the 9th. And that was under the Government Operations Energy Action Plan. Number 5, of course, the Solid Waste Task Force report will be due to council on August 4th. So that group will be coming to council at the end of the summer. And then Complete Streets and Vision Zero. a draft of the Complete Streets checklist for transportation projects will be done in the next upcoming quarter. And then the permits process, we will be awarding a contract and initiating a permits process assessment in June of 2025. And then finally, the Gordon Road Triangle, the ULI Technical Assistance Panel final report will be available in June of 2025. And with that, I will open it up for questions. And Andy is also here as well.
Great. Ms. Downs.
I think.
Thank you. Whoops. Thank you so much. Two quick just comments. One was on, sorry, I'm in the middle of eating a pretzel. So, one was number 9, embracing the principles of Complete Streets and Vision Zero. I thought the idea of having a checklist is excellent. I thought that was really makes a lot of sense. And then number 12, the updating the permits process. This is something that we had talked about in GovOps. And so I just wanted to make sure I'm under, so are we going ahead with hiring a consultant for that?
That's correct.
That's
So
great.
it's part of the budget amendment that we'll be talking about later.
That's right, later tonight, right. So I just, I'm sure that Ms. Hiscock and Mayor Hardy, I think that's a great use of our money is to have a consultant to help us with that. So support that. Thank you.
Ms. Flynn?
I'll be quick on this one. Thank you again for all the work. I think that, it's great to see what's happening across the different strategic priorities. I will say, for me, and we all process information differently. It's still a little bit difficult for me to digest all of the priorities in this format. So just as we've had multiple iterations of the CIP quarterly update and have tried different ways of doing things, and maybe I'll be able to work through it closely enough to come up with suggestions instead of just lobbing out a comment. But if there's a way to more effectively present the information, it could be helpful.
I think we're open to suggestions, right? It's a balance of, it's a lot of information. So trying to find an effective way to communicate that doesn't take us 2 to 3 months to put together, that kind of thing. So totally open to suggestions. You all might have to do it different.
Well, thank you.
I'm just going to go down the line. Vice Mayor, do you have? Okay. Down here. Mr. Snyder.
One follow-up, can you bring the original page back again? Yeah, not that one. The one.
The first slide?
Yeah, the first substantive one, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're talking about, this is, it's number 25 there. One item that came out during the training that I wondered if the city attorney could provide us more guidance on, and that's the insider trading scenario that was listed. Thanks.
Ms. Connolly.
Thank you, I appreciate this. This was a really ambitious plan that we implemented almost 18 months ago. Oh, not quite 18 months ago, I guess. So I do appreciate seeing where we are making progress and the things that we can check off. I agree with Ms. Flynn that some adjustments could be helpful, but I don't think we need to have the same specificity as what the CIP has, because these projects they're different than a CIP project. But I do think anyway, I don't have a great solution either, but thank you.
Ms. Underhill.
Sure. Just 2 quick questions. For number 9, the Complete Streets Vision Zero, is the plan that that checklist would go to CACT and City Council for us to look at before it's, I guess, adopted or put into place?
Yes.
Okay, great. And then, I guess on the website, that would be number 21.
Yes.
Okay, I guess it's out of order though, but it's number 21. I'm wondering, so is the plan to have a complete refresh? I noticed actually that there were already changes to the website. I was wondering, is there going to be a complete refresh in terms of how things look? And is that also going to be something that's done in consultation with some boards and commissions, or is that we're just going to launch something and?
I really appreciate that question. Thank you. So there are several phases of change that will happen in the website. One of the first one is that we now employ a web manager who is able to review and access and make changes to areas where we just didn't have those competencies previously. The main focus of the entire changes is to become ADA compliant by what is currently the federal government's April 2027 deadline. To do that, we are going through several phases, and one of them is an upgrade, which we've been eligible for some time, but we will now be able to complete. We're in the first development phase of that with the company that runs the website, Civic Plus, determining that timeline. By July, we'll be able to tell you what that actually looks like in terms of the overall changes and structures. We have also completed a brand refresh and upgrade so that those brand marks are digitally ADA compliant as well. That was our first step we needed to take to be able to then refresh all of those. You will continue to see some changes to the website over the next couple of months, but there will also be a big light switch that's hit. We are negotiating with the company right now on what that time frame is. We have a significant amount of content that has to be archived, and so we'll be working with different departments on what procedures we need to take for that to have massive page reductions and archival that meets the standards and procedures that are required by law. So I know it's a more complex answer than probably you need, but we will aim to keep GovOps and council informed of the changes as we go forward, and happy to hear from you at any point about it.
Great, thank you. So probably July is when we hear something, or we get some information.
We'll be able to give you a full report of timeline in July.
Great, okay, thank you.
Okay. I had two quick things. On the complete streets, I think the checklist makes sense. I do feel like when the checklist comes, the recommendation from staff is to not do a resolution. I want us to be held accountable for adopting complete streets in some way. And so if a checklist accomplishes that, that's fine. But at the end of the day, I want to be able to point to something that says, hey, remember we said, we council endorsed that we want streets to meet all these modes of transportation. And so whether it's adopting the checklist or doing it by resolution, I think at the end of the day, I think we want to signal for all projects that we want to be caring for all those modes, and complete streets, again, I think it's been an important thing that we've talked about for years. And then likewise for Vision Zero, like we don't need to go through a whole process to say, yes, we want zero traffic safety deaths, right? Because that's important to us. But I think us declaring it and then the behaviors that follow based on that is important. So it's good to hear that we already have the police regularly talking about crash data and then using that to inform, well, how are we going to change our streets then to reduce the number of crashes we have? I think that's a really big part of Vision Zero. I guess I would look to staff on not kind of moving off the side just because we're short on resources, because I guess transportation safety in the form of those two policy statements continues to be the top priority we hear up here. So that's comment on that. And then the commercial energy audits, I think the change to residential, could you talk more about why we're making that change and not doing the commercial side?
So I think for two reasons. So we made a couple attempts at contracting with different firms to do commercial energy audits for the businesses in the city, and had a really hard time finding a right way to structure that contract to get proposals from businesses that were interested in providing the service for us, right? And so I think we made a couple attempts at that. And when you think about it, like when you think about small businesses, even across our little city, they vary significantly in the size and the type of business and different thing. And so we've struggled with implementing that. And then I think kind of at the same time, we had an opportunity to apply for a grant for some money from the state through one of the federal programs to to stand up an energy audit program focused on residential properties. It's a little different from the standpoint that it's a more consistent delivery of a service. And so our sense is there are going to be vendors that are interested in supporting us for that. So taking advantage of the grant money, so it's not local taxpayers' dollars that's paying for it, as well as I think it's more executable, is the reason we're making that shift. Okay. So we're, Kurt and I've talked about exploring a pilot approach to commercial energy audits, kind of as a follow-on effort, but as far as kind of focusing on kind of something, I think the residential path is I think a more well-defined, and so I think that's what we're going to do. That's what we're proposing to do next.
Okay. I mean, I think it makes sense given that you've got grant money and likely a vendor who will do it. Let's tackle maybe lower hanging fruit. I guess the question I would have is when we adopted the Community Energy Action Plan that had the very ambitious goals, does not doing the commercial stuff put that goal further at risk? And how big is that risk, I guess, is?
I think not being able to do some of the things that we've laid out, I think makes achieving the goals more challenging. I think there was always a hurdle to jump over, kind of with our small businesses, as well as residents or even all of our homes, right, on the changes you got to make to, make significant reductions in your energy use and renewable energy and the like. And so even doing the audits themselves doesn't necessarily get you, the significant reductions. And so there's a further...
Yeah, you don't necessarily upgrade your home after you get the audit, right? Because there's still a cost involved, but...
You find some low-hanging fruit, like if anybody's ever done kind of an energy audit of their home. But sometimes you've got to replace your hot water heater and you've got to install a heat pump and some of those things that I think the ESC and some of our climate activists in the community have been talking about. I think Kurt shared a report with the ESC this past month on, we set some goals of we need to have 150, I'll get the numbers wrong, but you get the idea, 100 new electric water heaters installed in the city, 150 heat pumps and the likes. And tracking some of that data has been a challenge for us. But on some of the things, we do have some indication of what that data is, and those changes are hard for people to make. And so I think, we're trying, both kind of our climate interested parties in the city as well as our staff's kind of racking our brain to say, okay, what else could we try to do to better help residents prepare to make those changes? Because the hurdle to make those are difficult.
Got it. Yeah, I think my question just comes from that broader concern, I think that Vice Mayor Hiscott has mentioned about, we set these ambitious kind of climate and energy goals, and we have a bunch of actions that we need to take. We're probably not doing enough, given that, some of the public comment we've gotten from FCCAN and the ESC. And so not doing this one feels like not great, but I understand why we're going to pivot to residential. But it would be helpful to kind of assess ourselves on gosh, these ambitious goals we adopted 18 months ago, how are we going to get back on track? Because it's...
Understood.
So, okay. Well, with that, I think that's it for these comments. Thank you for the continued work on these priorities. I guess when the new council is seated in January, we'll be starting fresh again. Although my sense is that these have largely been very consistent for the community for many years now. So
we're going to get some more of them done. So
yes.
Thank you all.
Okay, I think it's 9:45 and we're maybe getting to council requests and then business on the agenda. So let's move to council requests. We have requests for staff. Vice Mayor?
Hot off the text chain, I have a question from neighbors who were looking to see, it's a holiday week, they're looking to see when trash was coming this week, if the cycle shifted or not. And there's a chart on our website that has two responses to service date on each of the holidays, and one is NA and one is no service change. And for instance, Memorial Day is NA, June 19th is no service change. And they wanted to know what the difference between those two was. And I actually don't know. So I'm here to ask the burning question of Tuesday night before trash services, and what the difference of NA and no service change means on our chart. This is the solid waste holiday service schedule.
I was going to say, can you say the two again? NA?
One of them is N/A, and the other one is no service change.
So we'll probably have to follow up with staff on why there's two different ones. I looked at that chart today and wondering what to do with my trash cans tonight.
Yeah, so that's the question, of course, for today is what, do we put our trash cans out tonight? Is it
Bottom line is trash is on regular schedule this week, trash and recycling. I think if you do compost crew for compost, I think that is delayed a day. They
It shows Thursday, yeah.
all of that, but trash and recycling's, I believe, on a regular schedule.
So the question is why N/A versus no service change? If there's no service change and you would pick them up on Wednesday, wouldn't it say no service change? What does NA mean? Is that a
Do
code
all,
for
is it
something
all Monday holidays that have an NA after them? Maybe it means we never delay if we have a Monday holiday. Not
Well,
applicable,
New Year's
I don't
Day
know.
is not always on a Monday and it has NA next to it.
Oh, I don't
Same
know
with-
then.
It is a great question, and we'll have to get back to you.
Like I said, the burning question, these are the things that we work on. Thank you.
Other council requests?
I didn't have a council request, but just a big thank you to all staff, throughout the city and Public Works and Rec and Parks and Public Safety for all of their work over the holiday weekend. I know we have the bird's eye view of a lot of it happening in advance of the actual ceremony. So saw, a lot of staff in and out of the community center and a lot of work happening in advance for the ceremony to prepare the site and power washing sidewalks and all of that stuff. So just wanted to say thank you for all of that.
I just want to piggyback. I agree. It was a terrific day. Best weather we've had in a couple years. But I thought it was after the parade was done, I forgot another council member and I were standing talking to the Parks and Rec staff. And we said, well, that went great. That went smoothly. And the staff member said, well, we still have it's not over yet. I'm like, of course, you're right. You're right. So they just, I think we, because the council, the highlight for us is the parade, of course, the memorial service and the parade, but, all the amusements and the food and all that. So it's just a very, very long day for our staff, and we're so appreciative. Thank you.
And I left out Public Works, but I meant to include Public Works also. So thank you.
And on that, somebody else noted, I think it was you, maybe Aaron, or somebody noted that when the streets were closed on the parade route with the public service, Public Works trucks, not just police, that was really great. It was like a interesting, brought people with questions like, hey, what does that one do? What is that? And it also felt more approachable than maybe always police cars. So thank you for that, going to those efforts to put all the DPW trucks out there. It raised a lot of interest and some fun questions.
Yes, third that. I think there's clearly a bunch of work that goes in behind the scenes before the event, during the event, and afterwards. So we really appreciate all the work that makes the little city special. So, okay, I think that's it for council requests. Let's move on to business on the agenda before 10 o'clock. Madam Clerk, can you call the first item, please?
Yes, the first item is TR 25-11, resolution to amend and readopt the streetscape design standards for commercial streets.
Welcome.
Community Council. Just to give an update from our last work session, the staff report outlines a request to council to update the streetscape design standards with regards to replacing the current brick paver design standard for crosswalks and sidewalks with an updated alternative standard. Staff recommends adoption of this resolution. To give a quick background, the standards have been a reference document for all incoming projects and developments since its adoption in March of 2017. The standards apply to areas designated as commercial grade streets, civic grade streets, and connecting streets. The current standard for the city is Yankee Hill brick paver sidewalks and brick crosswalks. The city has found that over time, shifting pavers present a tripping hazard and maintenance concerns. Additionally, brick pavers are costly to install and maintain and will no longer be covered by federal grant funding. Staff proposed a standard which is high visibility continental crosswalk and a concrete sidewalk with brick paver banding along the outside border. During the May 19th work session, City Council and other invited boards and commissions presented a variety of suggested comments and considerations. I'll briefly summarize some of those comments. At the work session, there was discussion of incorporating alternative colors and materials to distinguish the crosswalks. In response, staff proposed that there be one leg of an intersection, or if one leg of an intersection needs to be replaced and the other 3 legs are brick, then that new leg may be the secondary standard, which is the stamped asphalt crosswalk with high visibility markers. Another comment pertaining to inquiring of what a sidewalk would look like if it were wider. Attachment 4, page 2, gives a standard for a streetscape with a deeper setback, which uses brick banding to separate the amenity, pedestrian, and building zones. There was also raised a question regarding what to do with existing brick infrastructure as it ages. The city will prioritize areas that pose the greatest hazard to accessibility and safety, namely high volume paths, intersections, and crossings. Also, areas where the old standard meets the proposed design standard are ideal candidates for conversion of the standard. The goal is to build on links onto the new design. These were the primary comments staff addressed. In regards to fiscal impact, as stated earlier, the switch to the new proposed standard will result in an overall lower installation and maintenance costs, and is also no longer covered by federal funding. That's all I have for my staff report. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Just had a quick question, just to confirm that changing these standards would allow us to be, again, eligible for federal funding. Like there are none of the other things we're discussing would also be excluded from federal funding. Is that correct? Just want to make sure I'm not.
Back me up, but it would be that there'd be less brick in the project. We'd have to still have some brick within our projects, but because we're reducing that amount of brick by a significant amount, there'd be more of the project covered by the federal funding.
Okay. Anything else? You look like you're about to say something, Amanda.
No, I think that's right. The issue is with the bricks and the crosswalks.
Okay. But stamped asphalt that looks like bricks would be considered a different material and therefore hopefully covered under that.
Correct.
Potential future federal grants to the extent they still exist moving forward.
Okay.
Yeah, so the idea with stamped asphalt is it kind of mimics the appearance of the bricks, and it's obviously more durable compared to bricks. We've seen a lot of bricks falling apart in many areas in the city, and with us switching to asphalt, we were hoping to have more durability with our, the choice of the material for our crosswalks. Whether it be stamped asphalt or regular asphalt with high visibility markings, those are what we are hoping to get out of this meeting, and for durability, obviously, and for lower costs. We, as Cameron mentioned, we have some bricks and some projects that are kind of grandfathered on older projects where we are trying to kind of get away with those, and hopefully for future projects going forward, go with stamped asphalt or high visibility asphalt crosswalks.
I think we, just in walking at the Memorial Day Parade, I think we all discussed where all we had been witnessing different examples of each of these and which city does what and how others have made those transitions from the old bricks to a newer format. And I think everybody has seen, knows more about sidewalks than we ever anticipated a year ago. So thank you.
Well, I know we received a couple of public comments over email, and especially while this is not a public hearing, I wanted to at least open up for any members of the public who might have a public comment before we continue. Oh. You know to stay within 3 minutes, Mr. Thurston.
Good evening, I'm Keith Thurston, 1015 Birch Street, Falls Church. I think we got to remember why this was initially done. Where we are now is 50 years in the making. And the Village Society actually initiated the brick sidewalk scheme as a way to unify the appearance of Falls Church. The different buildings in different phases, Broad Street and South Washington Street look very fragmented. Different era buildings, you didn't know where there was. So the attempt to make Falls Church a sense of place and for it to tie together as a unifying feature, the brick sidewalks have done that very well and should be continued. What's in your package is not just the crosswalks. So I've had discussions with some of you, fully support the stamping that appears to be brick. It's more durable. I think we could add one word to it. Is if we could color match it to the sidewalk, it would look more real. So far where we've used those, they look good, but they're different colors depending on which contractor did it. That's going to add to the fragmentation. What's also in the package here is some discontinuity between the staff report and the revised streetscape plan that you have, starting on pages 20, 21. And what that's about is using the brick asphalt, the brick accents. That's the concrete surrounded by brick, which is what it shows in the report, and the words say, with the slide there. That's what we started with. That's what we started with at Annandale Road at Broad Street. And Paul Barkley, who owned the shopping center and redid that, worked with the Village Society and made that the prototype. But what was found with that was it was more expensive to do brick accents than it was to do brick sidewalks. And why is that? It's because you have to have the concrete form up and down, depending on where the brick is going to go. And it creates more trip hazards because you're dealing then with two different surfaces. Also, if you look on page 24 of the report, it shows the report itself. What you see is page 26. You'll see a concrete strip running next to the curb. It's about 1 foot wide. That was the standard that went on for about 30 years. More recently, if you look in front of Kensington, Founders Road 1, Founders Road 2, and the Hoffman Project West Falls, what you'll see is there is no concrete strip next to the curb. It's brick all the way out to the curb. That change was made for the same reason. It's cheaper, it works better to have it consistent all the way across. So I would say if we go back to the 1975 or 76 plan, which is the brick accents, what you're doing is you're giving up on the consistency and the unity that the brick sidewalks have bought the city. It's been tremendous benefit where now people know where Falls Church is, they know we're in the city. I'd even suggest that we could enhance this somewhat by using the crosswalks scenario all the way down Broad in Washington. We can't afford, we won't be doing brick sidewalks on East Broad Street, but we could do the false brick ones, the stamped pavement, if you will. But I would be careful with this whole package the way it is, because what you're buying into is going away from this and going to what the what's entitled the standard detail. So now the standard detail has the one that's marked standard detail, slide 208 of the drawings, is going with crosswalks that are the Continental design.
Thank you for your comment, Mr. Thurston. I would love actually for Public Works, our professional staff, to chime in about kind of the old 1970s standard if our new cost estimates are that the blend of concrete and brick is more expensive, because I think the recommendation from staff is that that should be less expensive to install and maintain than all brick.
one of the other reasons that I got mentioned is, yeah, sorry. So as you all know, most of our projects are federally funded by this point, and unfortunately, they, like for example, smart scale funded projects, they don't allow the use of brick pavers anywhere in the projects, right? So it got to a point where we couldn't really get reimbursement for any brick elements in our projects. So we could still use it, but it had to be completely locally funded for all the brick elements that we were using in the project. So that was one of the other kind of drivers for us to kind of revisit the standard. And, you know, I don't know how many of you were present when we had the, for example, the Park Avenue Gray Streets project. There were a lot of residents who were complaining about, you know, the fact that brick pavers become very slippery, especially in the winter months, and they come off, you know, very easily. There's a lot of grading issues where you would see, you know, uneven surfaces where we use brick pavers. So a lot of those residents and businesses wanted us to kind of revisit the standard as well. And it, you know, it was a process that we were all thinking about, and it took a little while to kind of maybe get to this point where we want to propose an alternative. We looked at a couple of different design elements that that was done in other places. I don't know the exact cities or counties or jurisdictions that use these alternative elements. Maybe we can get back with you on that, but yeah.
Looks like Ms. Brain has a comment.
Yeah, sure. I guess the question was between the concrete sidewalk with some brick banding, we found to be a lower maintenance cost than all brick sidewalk. And I'll also know that DPW Deputy Director Tara Hoff is also on the line and can assist with some of the maintenance questions that may come up later.
Can I ask a real quick question? Did we ever look at, for not for the crosswalks, but for the sidewalk stamped concrete? My driveway is stamped concrete and it looks great and it holds up well. Did we ever look at that?
I don't think we looked at that for the sidewalks, and I believe that's the issue we've been having with some of the WO&D trim.
Right, I know, because that's more heavily with the, yeah.
Heavily, right.
Our driveway's been fine with it, but it does have a nice look to it, and it does have a brick look. I don't know, I'm just throwing that out there, not to make this go on longer, but.
Concrete sidewalks, I mean, we could do all concrete sidewalks, but keeping the brick banding, as we've shown on these standard details, maintains some of that continuity and charm, but just less brick than all the brick buckling.
Yeah, I think based on our work session discussion last week, we thought it was a good hybrid, that, you know, good compromise between accessibility, cost, maintenance, and a good nod to the past without getting rid of all the brick. So hopefully that's where we land. Ms. Underhill?
You go ahead.
This is just my sidewalk comment. I do appreciate, Mr. Thurston, the 50 years of history and trying to create continuity. I feel like, though, we haven't actually created continuity because none of the brick matches. It's all different. There's some, like, that's the goal, would be continuity, but what we've ended up with is some sidewalks are unsafe and some are safe and some are one shade of red and some are a different shade, and some, the ones along South Maple Avenue fit in beautifully and have no problems, but some of the ones on Broad Street are worse. So it seems like even when we say that Yankee is our standard, it doesn't come out the same every time. And the community comments about the lack of safety of brick is, if there was a way to have safe brick, I would be all for brick. But I feel like that is actually my driving force on this one, is not the cost, but actually the lack of safety, the way people can turn their ankles, how slippery it is, and generally that dissatisfaction. So just as you said, Mr. Barkley did one thing and then we discovered that didn't work. Now we've tried brick for a while and we're discovering that that is not the be-all, end-all solution either. So that's part of the reason why I would like to get away from mandated brick. But there is a lot of it in the city in a lot of different places. So I think that we're just going to keep having a mismatch. Another concern I have is the quality of the concrete. It seems lately that we have gotten a lot of bad concrete in places. So up at West Falls Station, as I walk around, it just isn't nice concrete. The finish is what's the word, scaled? There's scaling on the concrete, and so that's something I'd like to have in these requirements, is the quality of the concrete has to be better than what we've been getting, and I don't know if we're getting it from our local concrete plant or other places, but it does seem like it's not as smooth as it should be, and it doesn't stay as well.
I'll just say, I'm not sure if we can put that in the streetscape guidelines, but that's something we can, follow up with some of our contracts.
Including contracts, yeah.
And so maybe not in the streetscape guidelines, but in the kind of contracting conversation.
Right, that would be good. So I am content with this sidewalk standard. I think as we keep trying to unite, this is a kind of a middle ground. And I know Ms. Underhill has some comments on crosswalks, but thank you for your work on the sidewalks.
Underhill, before you go on, I just wanted to also echo Mary Beth. She and I have talked about this for probably 20 plus years. May not go back to the 60s and 70s, but we've definitely talked about it, and love the placemaking, love having, people know when they're entering Falls Church from Arlington and Alexandria, but over literally decades of conversations with people who felt they were unsafe or were not able to get their wheelchairs or their electric scooters or things over brick, that they felt more comfortable on concrete, or bikers in the winter or just walkers in the winter. We, for many years, worked in the same building that had large, expansive brick, and anytime they were replaced, you could see the hodgepodge of where all the replacements were. So what started off as this beautiful unified brick turned into much more of a patchwork. And I know that happens with concrete as well. There's no perfect, but just to reiterate that I do appreciate the shared history and the desire to have it be brick and be attractive and placemaking and all of those things. So I do think that that's where my head was too, on the compromise, to have the bulk of it be concrete and our safety increase because of that, but also maintain some brick to tie it into where we have. So I just wanted to ditto what Mary Beth was saying, and that it has been a long, long conversation that she and I particularly have had long before council or any desire to change things from the dais.
Can I also just make a quick sidewalk statement before we move to crosswalks? And I would just note on page 22 of the design standards, it looks like we actually have to include a heading for sidewalks, like the page 21 has crosswalks, and then on page 22, we kind of move into materials, brick pavers, but don't actually have the heading that we're talking about sidewalks there, so it would be good to include that. And I think my sort of view, I like the brick sidewalks. So many of the sidewalks still, though, are just normal concrete sidewalks, and those are the sidewalks that we're talking about going forward, what they will look like. And so I do think, it will still be an improvement over the all concrete sidewalks that we have, because we're bringing brick banding to those sidewalks. But it's not as though we're like tearing out all the brick from the bricks that are there. We're hopefully going to be maintaining those. And my suggestion, having been in Vienna this past weekend and doing a lot of walking around because it happened to coincide with the Viva Vienna weekend, was that their bricks seem to be in better condition than our bricks do. They have a lot more mortar in their bricks than some of our flush brick kind of setup that we have, and there isn't as much buckling. And so I'm not saying, I'm not passing judgment on the way the bricks are laid or why we do things one way or another, but maybe it might make sense to just check in with someone on their staff in terms of how they're approaching their brick maintenance, given that they must also be encountering this issue on a regular basis. And so just some knowledge sharing, or maybe, best practices or contractors they're working with also could benefit us in that respect. So that's it.
Okay, I think we have consensus on sidewalks, again, based on last week and tonight's comments, so that's good. But I know that Ms. Underhill has thoughts on crosswalks.
Sure. Yes, I spent all weekend thinking about crosswalks and talking to people about crosswalks. I have been up to my eyeballs in that. I will say, just on the sidewalk thing, I do care about sense of place. Actually, and Mrs. Downs' question on stamp pavers, that would be fine with me, but I'm also okay with what we have now. for crosswalks, why I care so much is, this is the intersection of where cars and people meet, and creating distinctive sense of place when people are entering into the city is something that's really important in differentiating this space from the rest of Route 29 and Route 7 and elsewhere, so people know that they're entering into a different place. So with that, I have tried to combine all of the feedback that I've gotten from all the people that I've talked to, and I have some language that I'll read out loud right now that I'd like to incorporate into the design guidelines. So what I have, and I'll email this as well, to promote the city's historic character and sense of place as well as safety, stamped asphalt crosswalks with high visibility markings should be used. These treatments provide the visual appeal of pavers while avoiding their associated maintenance demands and accessibility limitations. City staff will have the discretion to apply either high visibility strips or high visibility continental striping on stamped asphalt crosswalks. As an alternative, the city may consider incorporating crosswalk art in appropriate locations as reviewed by city boards to enhance pedestrian safety and showcase distinctive local artwork. That's what I have right now with everybody's feedback.
Also, I will note that the language is in the package folder for council as well, at the bottom, in the Word document.
So essentially what Ms. Underhill's proposing is the alternative as the primary, with the addition of high visibility markings on top of the stamped crosswalk where appropriate, correct?
Yeah, as staff determines appropriate.
How do people feel?
I would agree with that.
I'm okay with that as well. I have a slight preference for actually including the continental marking on top of the stamped asphalt instead of just having the horizontal stripes. I think for visibility reasons, like I would prefer to have it in nighttime driving as well. So I would actually say the preference would be with staff discretion to depart in appropriate circumstances rather than just leaving it totally even.
I would agree with you, especially for the nighttime and for the visibility.
Dave?
Thanks. So here's a question for city staff. Have we looked at this? Is it doable to put long-lasting, the white rectangles on top of stamped brick? And is it possible to maintain that effectively as the white rectangles on regular pavement? In other words, for me, safety is number one. If we can also achieve what's provided in this amendment, that's great too. But I want to make sure it's actually doable from a city standpoint, and I would like staff to comment on that.
Sure, yeah, I have some information on that. Tara, would you want to answer that if you're available? If not, I'm happy to.
Hi, yeah. So to answer your question, yes, one of the things that we actually looked into recently is you can actually stamp the asphalt crosswalk and have different colors be part of that, right? So you could have the red brick pattern, but then have some of that brick be white. And there are some other localities. I know Herndon uses kind of like a more of a cobblestone, but they do the striping. There's some other localities as well. Most of them are not using white. They're usually using the colors that they've decided to represent their city. But we did call up our provider earlier today, actually, and confirmed that we would be able to stamp in those markings as part of the actual stamped crosswalk. Does that make sense? Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think it does. And then the next question is bicycle safety as well as pedestrian safety. Is this the safest way to do a crosswalk?
So So the benefit of having the stamped white bars kind of integrated into that brick would be that you have additional contrast, right? So kind of like your high visibility crosswalk, if we did stamp in white bars with the brick, then that would create additional contrast, which in turn makes everything more visible. So from that standpoint, the more contrast that we're able to provide, the better it is for safety.
Okay, and that's for visibility for cars. How about pedestrians and bicyclists crossing, using the crosswalk? What I'm trying to do is get on the record that this change achieves what is intended by the change. That is, we are maximizing safety at the same time we're providing some degree of unique appearance that in most cases will help achieve the more traditional sort of linkage of the city that the bricks have done.
Yes, I mean, from a safety standpoint, staff feels comfortable that this provides a safe, visible option, right? Making sure that pedestrians and cyclists are visible to oncoming traffic.
Okay, and how about their usage of the sidewalk? Are we doing anything to denigrate their usage of the crosswalk?
Sorry, I don't understand that. Can you repeat that question?
So we're stamping the brick, which means that there's a gap between each of the brick stamps, right? So it's not an even surface anymore. Now, ideally in asphalt and ideally with the brick crosswalks, if they were maintained, would have an even surface. So all I'm trying to do is establish that we are maximizing safety in terms of vehicular interactions with pedestrians and bicyclists, but also maximizing the safety or not denigrating the safety of the pedestrians, the physical safety of the pedestrians and bicyclists using the crosswalk.
Yes, I think that's right. We feel like this is a safe crosswalk design for pedestrians using the crosswalk, both from their kind of ADA, tripping, it's a better surface, and for their visibility and knowing. One thing we've been talking about is the distinction of a pedestrian knowing that you're in a crosswalk and versus, and cars knowing that to expect pedestrians in this crosswalk, and just everyone's general legibility and visibility of pedestrians.
And physical usage, right? Yes. We're not creating a tripping hazard.
Correct.
We're not solving one tripping hazard by creating another one.
Correct.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Before I go to Ms. Underhill, it looks like we have another public comment. Is that correct?
I don't have a sign-up sheet, but.
When I heard the changing the brick sidewalk and then the seemingly kind gentleman spoke against it, I walk everywhere in the city. I live on the furthest part of the city, but on Great Falls and West. And just as an example, on I think it was Christmas Eve morning, I was going to get a last-minute gift at Penzies, so I walked, and it was icy that morning. It might have not been this year, it might have been the year before, I'm not sure. But the ice, just a little layer of ice in front of the bricks on Penzie was very hazardous. But you could walk on the concrete. That wasn't iced over. And similarly, when it gets a little bit of rain, the bricks seem to, hold that water and make it slipperier. And I like to be able to walk fast. I have to get where I'm going, just like people in a car want to get there. I don't want to have to walk at the slowest rate possible. I don't know if he, I've walked a lot of this city and I get to the brick and I'm like, I slow down, I have to be more careful. And I like to be able to go at a healthy pace. And I hope you make sure, I want safety to include, not falling down and breaking a hip. Make sure the coefficient of friction, on the concrete. I used to work for AT&T, and they replaced, this was like 20 years ago, or more, it's more probably. they were replacing the brick sidewalk, and we were all like, God, why are they doing that? And I mean, I didn't happen to like this building manager very much because he claimed that my bicycle was a fire hazard when I brought it into the building.
Yeah.
But I eventually, you know, he said it's because safety. We're changing it to concrete because it's safer.
Great.
And so,
Thank you for your comment, Ms. McDowell. I think Ms. Underhill would like to continue on back to crosswalks.
And I just want to thank staff for thoroughly answering all of our questions. I really appreciate those. On the safety point, I actually went to the crosswalk with Jeff Persons, who is in the wheelchair, who commented at our last meeting. We went to the Oak and Broad, and we went across it 3 or 4 times. He gave it his stamp of approval. He said this is a smooth ride. It's easy to get across. There's really good traction. And so that gave me the confidence that we could go ahead with this too.
Great. So the proposal on the table is to essentially recommend the alternative as the primary.
Yes.
I had a question, whether it is best to apply thermoplastic on top or do what Tara talked about, which is actually make the stamping a different color.
Yeah.
Thermoplastic being reflective, and I guess the stamping would not be reflective.
Right, and Tara,
Yeah.
talk about the material has some reflectivity in it, I think.
Yeah, so the stamped material itself, and you guys may have seen this as you looked at the Oak and Broad one, does have some retroreflectivity in it, which is actually really cool. So the stamping goes down a certain depth in order to make sure that it's kind of wear resistant to traffic. And so that crosswalk that we put out on Oak and Broad should last a really long time. If we were to do the stamped white strips along with the brick, it'll also have that same level of retroreflectivity that the brick would have. And then it could still have high visibility striping on the side of it. The issue with putting thermoplastic on top of it is that the thermoplastic is not going to have anywhere near the life of the stamped asphalt concrete itself. So I think that could be somewhat problematic. Now, we don't have any pilot project of this in the city, so there'd be a little bit, and I'm not aware of any locality that has really done that. There is another material that we can use called MMA that is a really good material that we actually used it recently on Wallace Street for the bike lanes, the green paint that we did out there, that's MMA. And that has an extremely long life. Some of the challenges, though, that we're going to face on some of our larger roads, if we end up applying that, is the MOT associated with it, because you do have to tape off the actual crosswalk one by one, and then apply it with like a squeegee, and then come back and roll it, right? So it's a very labor-intensive process to initially get it installed, but it would have a lot of longevity. So there's a few different options to explore there. The easiest one would be to stamp it, and again, it will have that retroreflectivity, and it'll kind of be that one contractor will come out and do the white and red all at the same time. So,
got it.
I hope that helps answer that question.
Okay, so we had Ms. Underhill's proposal to kind of do the stamped crosswalk with stripes. I think Ms. Flynn's preference was to actually request stripes where appropriate, so essentially kind of a candy cane, red and white look. Do we have opinions on that? Are we comfortable with that amendment?
Yeah, I would like to let staff have discretion there. I mean, that would be my preference, but with staff knowing that we do have a preference for where it makes the most sense to have that, but leaving it to staff discretion also in terms of the materials that Tara was just talking about too.
I don't think you need us micromanaging the materials.
Yeah.
So, one question on repair. So I know that was a concern that obviously when it's brick, you can tear up just that section of brick and relay it. When we do stamped asphalt, if we do have to repair or dig up something, how would we just tear up the entire crosswalk and redo it?
Yeah, that's something one of our team members, as Tara was saying, spoke with the contractor who did that Oak Street crosswalk recently. It's possible to do patching for utilities. There's little 2 foot by 2 foot panels. There may be some color difference. We also can look a little bit at some of the patterns, the herringbone, or the patterns. But I think this is something that staff maybe still need to work out a bit. But the contractor did say it is possible to do patching. Although the question is whether we can require that utilities do patching. I think that's something we haven't yet explored. So from a technical maintenance standpoint, it's possible, but the realities of working with different folks who are working in our right-of-way, we have not yet explored.
Got it. Okay. Any final comments before we have, should we just amend the motion? With
Can I
this?
just ask one more question?
Sure.
You just talked about discretion, staff discretion, Ms. Andrell, is that to, is that to do the white stripes with the red stripes, or is that just?
So that they have,
material?
yeah, so that
Okay.
they have discretion, if, I don't know, on certain neighborhood streets, maybe it makes sense to use the Oak Street setup, and on other streets like Broad and Washington, maybe it makes more sense to do the candy cane setup. And so figuring out where it makes the most sense and where to apply it, I would like to leave to staff.
Yes, thank you, I would agree with you on that.
Okay, do we need to update the language then, before we have a motion? Or does staff have the, are we comfortable with this language, I guess? I'm looking up here, I see head nods, but, okay. Do we have a motion with this amendment?
Can we go back to the motion page, or how does that, should I just say with the amended language? Okay. I would like to propose a motion for TR 2511, resolution to amend, readopt the streetscape design standards for commercial streets with the proposed amendment.
Do we have a second?
And was that a motion to adopt?
To adopt and amend.
Thank you.
Second. Ms. Downs on the second. You call roll, please.
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Ms. Downs?
Yes.
Ms. Flynn?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
Mayor Hardy?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, council.
Thank you very much, staff. And congrats to you all on limiting the scope of our discussion and trying to update streetscape standards, which has been talked about for many years. And so I'm grateful for a hearty discussion. Okay, let's call the next item, please.
Yes, and this is first reading for TO 25-08, ordinance to amend ordinance 2073 and ordinance 2084 regarding the budget of expenditures and revenues and appropriating funds for the fiscal year 2025 general fund, stormwater fund, school operating fund, school community service fund, school food service fund, and the capital improvement program funds.
Welcome, Ms. Bawa.
Good evening, Mayor Hardy and members of the council. I'm glad to present a relatively straightforward item tonight. After our discussion last Monday, there are no changes to this. There was a request to provide fund balances and a clarification, and that is that on the city's general government side, the proposed budget amendment does not use any general fund balances or request any appropriation of the general fund balance. And the balances are listed in the fiscal impact section. As of June 30th, they're expected to be 19.9, almost 20 million, or 16.1% of the fiscal year 2026 expenditures. Of course, this does not take into account the projections for this fiscal year 2025. And we've seen the third quarter so far, so. And on the school side, they are requesting appropriation of all their three funds: the school operating fund, the community services fund, and the school services fund. So the potential balances after those requests for appropriations are listed again in the fiscal impact section. And the school operating fund is approximately $926,000. The community services fund is a fund balance of approximately $670,000, and the school services fund, the food services fund, is $381,000. And I'll stop there, see if there are any questions.
I'm just trying to do math in my head. So on the school side, 1.3 plus 860,
It's about
it's
roughly
2.1.
2 million.
So 2 million in new expenditures. Is that correct?
I mean, in their fund balance, you mean?
that are being appropriated to, out of the 3 fund balances total. Is that right?
So 2 million is,
Sorry, I'm trying to do the math. 1.3 plus 861 plus 368.
correct. It's more than
Sorry.
2, yeah.
Stop scrolling, please. We go back to, there we go. Yeah, it was lines 327 through 338.
Correct.
So it's 2.1 plus 3, so 2.4 million or so?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments? Vice Mayor?
So the school operating fund balance, it says 926,000. I'm just making sure, oh, that does have the fund balance. So the community services fund balance is about 669 and 381. So they have approximately 1.8 million in fund balance at the end of fiscal year 25
Correct.
between 3
Except that
funds.
We look, their policies for the school operating fund, and that is 2% of their operating, that school transfer.
But the school services fund and community services fund are not in that same policy.
I don't believe so, but I can dig that again.
So those balances can be,
Yeah, altogether, it's close to 2 million.
Actually, can we pause? I know Ms. Connolly has to read the disclosure before we discuss. Sorry, I should have called it before when the item was called.
City Council is discussing FY25 budget amendment for the City of Falls Church. I am an employee of the Falls Church City School Board, which may be affected by the proposed fiscal policies. As a result, I'm in a group of 3 or more people who may realize a reasonably foreseeable direct or indirect benefit from the proposed ordinance. After consideration, I am electing to participate in this transaction because I'm confident in my ability to participate fairly, objectively, and in the public interest.
Thank you. Sorry,
So-
you, please
that's okay, I
continue.
just try to continue my line of thought, just to understand what fund balance is. We're carrying forward on the general government side and on the schools side for fiscal year 2026. We have roughly 20 million on the general government side, and then there's what you just said, about 2 million between the 3 funds on the school side.
Correct.
So I think that's important. The reason I'm highlighting this, I think that's important on both the general government and the schools side as we look at operating budgets in the out years, and making sure we look at fund balances at the end of the year and are operationalizing our funds where possible. So taxpayer dollars are being used on things, all the things we've just been discussing about sidewalks and streets and paving, and that we are doing that to the best of our ability while maintaining fund balances. One thing I was curious about, Kieran, is I know our fund balance policy is related to our ratings with our agencies, and that's why it's a particularly important and conservative approach that we've taken on the general government. But does that apply on the school fund balances as well? Is there any comparable, because the debt would be taken out on the general government side?
Since the general government is liable for all the debt that we take, so the policy takes into account what debt, what the fund balance is, and then the unassigned fund balance, which is the city's fund balance, but technically if an emergency hit, it could be used to cover both entities.
And the same on, so the schools aren't required from they're not taking out any debt under the schools' budget. So that $2 million in fund balance could be used for any number of things in the fiscal year 2026 year end.
Correct.
Comparable to the way it was this year. This year, use it for baseball concessions and a staff bonus. So if we, and I wanted to just touch on that. We talked about all these things during our work session. I don't know who watches the work session versus a council meeting, but I just wanted to reiterate that we voted on our budget on a Monday night. School board voted on their budget on a Tuesday night. On that Tuesday night, the school staff received a $1,000 bonus. Everybody that works for the schools got a $1,000 bonus. All of the SOQ employees, which are standard of quality employees, the teachers ratio, were covered by the state and a grant through the state budget, which is fantastic. And then the school board decided to cover a roughly equal amount to make sure everybody on the school staff receive that bonus, not just SOQ and those covered by the state grant. So I really want to see if there's any way that we can, moving forward, look at how we do that for the general government staff. I think we've made a real progress and real effort in trying to ensure that we are giving raises and acknowledgement across all of us, all of the staff that our taxpayers pay for. So I know you'll be gone before we discuss the next year's budget, but maybe you can pass that on to your next CFO, or we can have that discussion during the next fiscal year based upon what our year-end balances are, to make sure that all of our hardworking staff across all Falls Church City employees are compensated. And I think that's...
One avenue to look for would be the interest income, the one-time money, the year-end.
Okay, so we'll make note of interest income for...
Because we saw in the third quarter, it's exceeding the budget, and that is the general government's portion. It's not the tax revenue, so it is all of it above the budget amount comes to the general government. So that, or speeding camera tickets, like that. So those together, we projected we're going to end the year close to $1 million with that. But we're still monitoring our tax revenues.
I mean, there are a lot of factors in there. I just wanted to make that as an overall statement of something that we should look at. Obviously, the whole council would have to be in agreement on that's how we allocate funds, if they're even available. But I do think that's interesting on third quarter income. Interest income. And the speed camera. And the speed camera, we hope, is something that goes down in revenue over time because the driver behaviors are changing and people are not getting as many speeding tickets. So just to be clear that nobody's putting speed cameras in to fund anything. We're putting them in to change driver behavior. So thank you, Karen.
Sure.
Okay, other questions or comments on the budget amendment? Ms. Flynn?
I just had a quick comment because when Ms. Bawa was before announced you were leaving, I knew that you would still have another regular meeting with us, and I'm not sure that you will after this one, depending on whatever the agenda was. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank you once again for all of your work and for sort of shepherding us through all the budget, amendments and budget cycles, and for your guidance with all the fiscal policies. And I always felt as a new council member that I was in trusted hands and could trust your judgment and explanations on things. So appreciate all of the good work that you've always done for us, and wishing you well, when you head to California. So thank you.
Thank you.
We still get you June 16th, right?
I am going to be here, and then we have a budget and finance.
Okay, well, good. We'll do it again on June 16th then. Oh, okay. We'll ditto all of Ms. Flynn's comments, but we will celebrate you properly later too. Other questions or comments? Okay, do we have a motion then?
Move to grant first reading, to TO 25-08, schedule second reading and public hearing for June 16th, 2025, and advertise the same according to law.
Second. Ms. Connolly in the second. Call roll, please.
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Ms. Downs?
Yes.
Ms. Flynn?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
And Mayor Hardy?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, council.
Okay, let's call the third item up.
Okay, and this is also on first reading, TO 25-09, ordinance to increase the salaries of the City of Falls Church Mayor and City Council members effective July 1, 2026.
Do we have, yes.
Mayor, there's a disclosure statement for every member of council.
Yep.
At the
Does everyone
dais.
have it?
Thank you.
I guess we'll go left to right. Ms. Downs?
The city council is discussing tonight an ordinance that would increase the salaries of the mayor and the council mayors effective July 1st, 2026. Let's see, my term on council concludes this year. However, I may choose to seek another term, which if successful would cause me to have a personal interest in this ordinance. I have elected to participate in this transaction because I'm able to participate in it fairly, objectively, and in the public interest.
The City Council is discussing tonight an ordinance that would increase the salaries of the mayor and council members effective July 1st, 2026. My term on council will conclude after July 1st, 2026, causing me to have a personal interest in this ordinance. However, I have elected to participate in this transaction because I am able to participate in it fairly objectively and in the public interest.
The City Council is discussing tonight an ordinance that would increase the salaries of the mayor and council members effective July 1, 2026. My term on council will conclude after July 1st, 2026, causing me to have a personal interest. My term on council concludes this year. However, I may choose to seek another term, which, if successful, would cause me to have a personal interest in the ordinance. I have elected to participate in this transaction because I am able to participate in it fairly, objectively, and in the public interest.
The City Council is discussing tonight an ordinance that would increase the salaries of the mayor and council members effective July 1st, 2026. My term on council will conclude after July 1st, 2026, causing me to have personal interest in this ordinance. However, I have elected to participate in this transaction because I am able to participate in it fairly, objectively, and in the public interest.
The City Council is discussing tonight an ordinance that would increase the salaries of the mayor and council members effective July 1, 2026. My term on council concludes this year. However, I may choose to seek another term, which, if successful, would cause me to have a personal interest in this ordinance. I have elected to participate in this transaction because I am able to participate in it fairly, objectively, and in the public interest.
The City Council is discussing tonight an ordinance that would increase the salaries of the mayor and council members effective July 1st, 2026. My term on council concludes this year. However, I may choose to seek another term, which is, if successful, would cause me to have a personal interest in this ordinance. I have elected to participate in this transaction because I'm able to participate in it fairly, objectively, and in the public interest.
The City Council is discussing tonight an ordinance that would increase the salaries of the mayor and city council members effective July 1st, 2026. My term on council will conclude after July 1st, 2026, causing me to have a personal interest in this ordinance. However, I have elected to participate in this transaction because I am able to participate in it fairly, objectively, and in the public interest.
Okay, thank you all. Ms. Carroll.
My understanding is that this was seen at a work session. There's one thing I do want to note before we move forward. Under the proposed motion, the date of the second reading should be June 16th and not June 19th. And so this is a proposed ordinance to increase the salaries for mayor and council members that would be effective on July 1st, 2026. The salaries would increase for general members from $11,000 to $21,000, and for the mayor, it would increase from $11,500 to $22,000. State law does regulate permissible salary levels, and these are the levels that are indicated in that state law.
And I know that
I think we have all of the meetings have already been scheduled. So first reading, second reading.
And I think the ordinance was updated based on comments from
Yes,
the work session.
I believe so.
So I would just like to throw out just my thinking on this, and I think most of the council members know that I was going to just propose something a little different, and just considering economic uncertainty and a lot of the different themes we talked about during the budget session, and knowing, of course, that this is a tough job, and I do support that an increase. I think if we increase the salary, it may attract a broader, more diverse pool of citizens running for city council. So I do support an increase. I think it can really help attract people who may not have considered running before. That said, I do feel like jumping, almost doubling current salary may be too big of a jump in 1 year. So I would just throw this out there. I was thinking that perhaps a $5,000 increase for the members, which would bring us up to $16,000. And then for the mayor, $5,500 increase, which would bring the mayor up to $17,000. And then at the next council seated could increase that amount to hit the cap. So basically, we would get to the cap, but it might take, 2 or 3 more years. Thanks.
How do people feel about Ms. Downs' proposal?
I would say go ahead.
I just want to ask a process question. It could only happen every other year, right? If we were to go with Ms. Jones' suggestion, it would be 2026 and then another option in 2028. Because it has to be before an election?
It does have to, it has to occur before a general election with an effective date that's after the general election.
Right. Okay.
So it would be basically discussing this 2 years from now, so spring of 2027.
Every 2 years.
And whatever's decided now wouldn't be in effect until the next year's budget is approved, the fiscal year 27 budget is approved.
Correct.
So.
Yeah, it's still subject to our
Whatever.
appropriation, so it would go in effect July 1st, 2026.
Right.
Correct.
Thoughts on Ms. Downs' proposal?
I think for reasons that I've before shared, I would be supportive if you were to make a motion. I would second your motion in terms of the salary cap. I would also like to raise, in thinking about the process and sort of the way that the state authority is laid out in terms of having, the pre-election ordinance and then the post-election implementation. In my view, it's sort of, kind of raises this question of like what should the public's participation be, and are voters supposed to be taking into account like sort of this potential salary increase in their actions. And like I don't think that for all of the things that we do, it's necessarily going to be the thing that drives or should drive sort of how a voter is casting their ballot. But I would like to put out for consideration, and if the city attorney could just comment on this, the possibility of having kind of an advisory referendum included on the ballot where, frankly, we just give voters the opportunity to decide whether they think that our salaries should be increased or not.
So that is permissible, the advisory referendum. I believe it's distinguishable from a referendum in the sense that it really is, it's not binding, but it gives you a sense of where popular opinion stands. There are timing requirements, a resolution to exercise the referendum option has to be adopted. The referendum has to be then conducted within a 60-day timeframe, I believe. And if you want it to coincide with the ballot in November, then coordination with the general registrar in terms of what those deadlines are to get it on the ballot. As I recall from the last time we had a special election, that deadline is actually quite late, like into October. So, I mean, there is, to get something on the ballot, our general registrar allowed something that, there wasn't or maybe I'm mistaken about that.
When we've done
The special
referendums,
election.
not a referendum separate from a special election, though. When we've done referendums, they have to be done in July because it has to go through the court.
Why would the court only be able to do that in July?
I don't know, but when we did we've done several referendums in my time here, and we always there was very clear deadlines to get it done in July. I don't know.
Okay, well, I did not see that as a timeline when I looked, so I'll look into that further.
Yeah, and the reason I raise it is because it kind of came up just randomly in a conversation with someone over the weekend. And, you know, that person said, oh, well, like, why don't you have a citizen committee, like decide whether council should get salary increases or not, right? Like, as much as I trust you can look at this objectively, it still sort of seems like that it makes sense to kind of have residents kind of make this judgment. And that just raises like, well, who do you put on a task force and all of these other sorts of things that I sort of was just interested in the possibility of an advisory referendum, given that it's not binding, but it does, just then actually take the temperature to the extent you can include a ballot item that asks people their views on the issue, so.
Other thoughts?
I think it's fine to have as a referendum. I don't know the answer to this question, if the average person who might be voting on a referendum would have an idea of time and effort and what may or may incent somebody to run for council or not. Again, my interest in this is to expand the pool of potential candidates, and to the extent that salary makes a difference in covering expenses when incurred when attending meetings, eases that burden and allows for somebody else to run, I think that's great. But yeah, so I guess it would all depend on how you ask the referendum and what information is provided along with the referendum. Usually referendum is just like a one line, do you support this or don't support this, without a lot of context. So I think it's interesting because, yeah, I think a task force would be kind of weird. So that gives a broader sense of what people think, but I don't know how you provide enough context to make that, but we make bigger decisions like on high schools and libraries and city halls on one-line referendums as well. So I'd be interested to hear what other people think.
Ms. Connolly?
I do not like the idea of a referendum. I feel like a referendum, putting something like this to ballot causes there to be a for and against, and a referendum is expensive. There would have to be a group of people then supporting this referendum and putting stuff out there to vote yes or vote no. And I think that would be expensive. It would take a lot of attention from the work that we actually need to be doing. Because this is permissible by the state, we can ask for public comment on it. We can talk about it in the newspaper. But I feel like this is a decision council should make, and it shouldn't be put to referendum.
Other thoughts? Or thoughts on Ms. Downs' proposal too, since that was put out for discussion?
I would be in favor of moving forward with Ms. Downs' proposal. And as it's getting late, I would prefer not to have to make any decision on referendums right now.
Okay. Well, do we have a motion then? An amendment, I guess. Well, because the motion
Does
is
the
for...
motion change, or?
The motion, well, the ordinance is going to be, right now it's 21,000 to 22,000. So your recommendation was 16 and 17?
Yeah.
So we'd have to amend the ordinance.
And you could just note that in the motion.
Well, do you want to do it like do you want to do it as someone makes the motion for this, and then we vote on Ms. Downs' proposed amendment?
Since we don't have a motion yet, isn't it just, there's no motion on the table, so you can just change the language and just have a clean motion, right?
That's right.
Okay. Do you want to scroll to the ordinance?
So just add at the end of the motion, just add the numbers with the following salaries. I think that would work.
So it'd be something like, moved grant first reading for TO 25-09 with the changes of 16,000 for council members and 17,000 for the mayor, and then read on the rest of the sentence, correct? Okay. Ms. Downs or Ms. Flynn, do you want to?
I think it was 16.5 for the mayor. Was it 17.5?
and 17.
I heard 16 and 17 is what Ms. Downs proposed.
Yeah, I think the increase for the mayor was 5,500, which would bring the mayor to 17. So I move to grant first reading to TO 25-09 with the salaries of $16,000 for members and $17,000 for the mayor. Schedule a public hearing and second reading on June 16th, 2025, and to advertise the same according to law.
Do we have a second?
Second.
I heard Flynn on the second.
Madam Mayor, before we vote, I'd like to just make a quick comment. I think with all the financial challenges that our cities have and all the negative developments throughout the region and our city, and the likelihood that this is a long-term situation at this point, it appears to be a long-term situation. I would have opposed the original ordinance, and I oppose the change for the same reason. I can't, in good conscience, vote for an increase in city council salaries under these conditions. Thank you.
Could I make a comment also, Madam Mayor? And that, my comment is that the work that the city council does is hard. It takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of dedication, a lot of reading, a lot of community engagement. So I do feel like it's important to appropriately, and none of this is actually appropriate to the amount of work that we do. I feel like it's important for council to be paid an amount that is a little bit commensurate to the work that we are doing. And that, as Ms. Hiscott has said, that will encourage others to step up and be able to do this as well. At the same time, given the situations that we're in, I think Ms. Downs's suggestion makes a lot of sense. But I do not want to devalue the work that my colleagues and I put in on a regular basis.
Thank you for the comments. So we have a motion and a second. Any final comments before we call roll? Okay.
I'll just say that I'm continuing to struggle with whether I'm actually supporting the salary increase or not. And I think part of it is also not having the benefits information to understand the full cost, of the council to the taxpayers, though I totally understand, where people are coming from in terms of their individual decisions on this.
And confirm, like, the budgets between first and second reading can always come down. So this sets our ceiling between first and second reading. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, let's call roll then. Yes, please.
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Ms. Downs?
Yes.
Ms. Flynn?
Yes.
That was nay?
Yes. On first reading, yes.
Yes, okay. Ms. Shunts-Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
No.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
Mayor Hardy?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1. Thank you, council.
Okay. I think we're done with regular business. I don't see anything on consent. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then we just have other business.
Madam Mayor, if I might, just a quick comment. Of course, Jerry Conley has passed. His funeral was today. It's a huge loss to the region and to the country. I just wanted to note that. There's also been another loss with a Fairfax County colleague, Kathy Hudgens, who, like Jerry Conley, was a strong advocate for the less fortunate and for mass transit in general and for the Silver Line. So I wanted to recognize her passing as well. These are two great regional leaders, and we're the worst because we've lost them. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Mestre, I think we have one final item for tonight.
Did you want me to read that?
Yes, please.
Motion to approve design recommendation for the 75th anniversary Love Sculpture.
Yes, we will end the evening with love. We're back this evening to talk about the design love sculpture that was last talked about with council December 9th of 2024. So what I want to do is just highlight what's happened since then, but I do want to acknowledge for the record that the December 9th staff report is an attachment tonight, so you have the full history of how we got to this point. At the December 9th meeting, council did approve the location for the love sculpture, which was funded through the 75th anniversary money, but deferred action on the final design, which I'll describe a little bit in more detail in a moment. The request for this evening, as you see at line 2, is for council to approve the design, and then staff will be able to proceed with the finalization of that design, as well as the fabrication encumbrances with the budget, which is in the FY25 budget, and we need to do by the beginning of June. The overall design that you reviewed in December 9th was the submission selected and recommended by the Arts and Humanities Council and the Planning Commission to City Council pursuant to the Public Arts Policy and the City Charter. The work that we've done since the December 9th work session was to be responsive to the questions and comments and feedback on the design of the O within the design that is titled Reflection, Diversity, and Inclusivity. So as a refresher, as you will see on line 116, the design by our employee competition shows the L, V, and E as a reflective material. So when you looked into it, you would see yourself as part of diversity and inclusivity within the City of Falls Church. And the O would have the diversity representation of the vision and goals and values of the community. The O feedback was it needed to be a little less stretched and only eyes and show more age and race and ethnicity, but also grounded in the City of Falls Church, sort of placemaking it so you had the O in the city, but also the values as described. So in working with the employee who submitted this design, which, as a reminder, we haven't said the employee's name because we're so small that we would know who that person is, so we've tried to keep it just on the design level. But that employee has been now working with a watercolorist who's known in the community, Bill Abel, and in the staff report I did provide his website. I have out on the conference table one of the works he did that shows a lot of city iconic locations and places. And then I provided Ms. Underhill a couple other pieces of his work. If it's helpful, you all are welcome to, thank you, so the public can see it. Welcome to share that down the dais. There are also in the staff report a pasting in of those pieces of work or samples of his watercolor work. So on line 90, what we have before you now is the black and white work that Bill Abel has been working with our employee artists to tie it to the City of Falls Church in the O, so it's inclusive and diverse, and you'll see several values shown there. Coming from the bottom base, you'll see the trunk of a tree and then the branches throughout the O to represent a value of environment and trees. And the tree branches divide the O to give you segments of iconic places and people, but also connects us. So there's connectivity there. This is black and white. It would be in the color that Bill is obviously known for. And also, he's working to add leaves to the tree, so it'd be similar to our conversation with the welcome sign out front, that the tree portrays life and joy and growth, and not just the tree trunk and branches. The people, he actually worked through this weekend, and he's working to refine it with our employee artists to have the people interspersed out in groups, but provide a little bit more diversity. So you have height to represent age, different size people for our various dimensions of people, and then the colors of the faces and the clothing to help represent the different age, races, and ethnicity background. And so the other sample on the screen just shows you what some of the coloring would be. And so the only other thing I think I will highlight, and then would love to hear feedback and recommendation, is that on line 119, we added a precedent of the Chicago bean, which is a much larger sculpture than we would be doing here, but it's a representation of what our employee artist was thinking about with the reflectivity and the engagement of people coming up, seeing the reflections, being able to touch it and feel it, and that it's interactive. And we do think that the Love sculpture on our campus will be engaging of people as they photograph themselves and see themselves in there. As I mentioned, we are requesting council to take action tonight to adopt the design, giving us the concept here. And similar to the chamber art portrait, then we will work with the two artists to finalize it and then be able to produce it in the vinyl wrap that would go on the O. And the fabricator of the whole Love sculpture would also then have the reflective material on the other three letters. And because of the fiscal year timing and wanting to encumber the money, request council's consideration this evening for action, and acknowledge it's taken us some time to work with the two artists, but we're excited with where we're heading. And I will note that the employee artist is very excited and pleased with the evolution of the O, and still feels it's consistent with the original intent when submitting for the employee contest. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, I think the last time we discussed this was December, so I was like, we have some comments. Ms. Underhill?
Just give a quick comment. Cindy, thank you so much for working on this. This hits on a lot of key things that we were discussing the last time around. We now have a former crossing guard that is bringing this employee's vision to life. And this highlights the uniqueness of Falls Church with very specific location-based items here, which gets to the economic development part of that. It highlights local businesses. And you can also see Washington, D.C. in the background too, which it gives us a sense of place of where we are located, not just Falls Church, but for the region. And so I think that's really lovely. And so I'm really excited to see this to come to fruition, and I think this is on a good track so far.
Ms. Connolly?
I would agree with Ms. Underhill. I really like this. I think Bill Abel's art is lovely and very evocative of a nice sense of Falls Church. I have one request. Could there be a school as one of the images? Since that's something that many of our young people identify with.
Certain we can do that, and the one that I was displaying earlier was actually a product that he had done from our former school employee when she retired. And I should note too that he is updating in this screen. You can see the library is the new library versus before when he had done the library. So I'm sure we can accommodate a school.
That'd be great. Or a school bus. You can even do a school bus. Or a mascot.
Or school mascots.
Or a school mascot would be kind of fun.
Not the biggest cheers in the parade. I feel like we should have the 5 mascots in there.
But we could put one, hide them sort of in each little, in those groupings of people. You could put those 5 mascots. That would be very cute.
Current new photos of the mascots that I could provide to the artist. Actually, a cute one of the husky bending down and petting
Oh my gosh, that was so cute.
Anyway,
Yes.
that's a side note, but we can add some flavor of school as part of the city.
Thanks.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, and to have enjoyed Bill's art for decades, and I'm confident he'll make something lovely and representative of many of the highlights of the city. On the montage of people, if you can consider just some representation of differently abled folks in there as well. We have, school, community, staff, all of whom, are differently mobile. So if we could include representation in there, that would be great too.
Certainly can. He's looking at both mobility impaired via a wheelchair possibly, or visually impaired with symbolization of sunglasses and canes, so we can do that. We also are looking at whether some of the coloring of the outfits could be a little bit multicolored to reflect pride and rainbow, so he's working through those right now.
That's a good idea. Yeah, I actually have a whole, those of you who've been in my house know I have a wall of Bill Abel art of all the Fosters, and I actually have that same print right there. Mine's smaller, though. I like that bigger one. No, I on a serious note, I think it's fantastic. I know, Ms. Mester, it was probably a little bit of a frustrating conversation, those of us who remember when we talked about this last, which I think was about the same time at night. But I...
for me.
But it was, I think this is a great way that you really, kudos to whoever thought about this, because Bill is really respected. He knows Foster City so well. He's done great work. And to the, I think it was a great idea from the staff member as well. It just needed a little tweaking, and that's what you did here. So kudos to you and everyone else involved in this project. I think this takes us, puts us on the right path for sure. I support it. Thank you.
Ms. Flynn?
I'll also say thank you. I support the revised design and appreciate all the work that went into it and your patience along the way. I did notice in the staff report that there was passing mention of possibly putting a future love sculpture at Civic Triangle Plaza. And so I would just, I expressed my misgivings or my maybe hesitation about the exact location or a permanent location for this love sculpture in the middle of the park and green. And I think that with this revised design and the different, nods to the State Theater and the farmhouse and the city government building and the library and, so many buildings that are right in that location, the location you've decided on could be a great place to unveil this in connection with the Falls Church Festival, and maybe depending on how it looks and how well it actually works in the space, we can have a follow-up conversation on whether the Civic Triangle might be the best permanent location for it or not, depending just on how it works there. But I realize that tonight's really only about design, and I support the revised design, so thank you.
And I did mention the Civic Triangle because there was some interest in the word cloud approach, and I think the conversation you all had on reaching Civic Triangle and what does civic mean to the community could lend itself to a word cloud. The space is a little more constrained, and we have 4 different utilities running through there, so we may need to be slightly smaller, but it would be an option if council would like. And
let's start with this one and see. Okay.
Several localities have more than one, but this is the one.
Got it. So would you have a motion, since I think everyone's chimed in on the revised design? So thank you for your work on that, Cindy.
Madam Mayor, just
sorry, go ahead.
One additional suggestion, something that evokes global leadership on the part of our citizens. I think that putting us in the context of Washington, D.C. is helpful, but a lot of our citizens really are engaged internationally in the military and diplomacy and whatever. If there's something that can evoke that, it would be great, but otherwise, fantastic work.
Noted.
Okay, is there a motion?
I'll move to approve the Love Sculpture Revised Design Submission number 1, Reflection, Diversity, and Inclusivity.
Second.
Ms. Downs on the second. Call roll, please.
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Ms. Downs?
Yes?
Ms. Flynn?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
And Mayor Hardy?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Again, thank you for iterating and working with us on this. Okay, so even though it is 11:15, we otherwise would have to get together again in 9 hours. Do we want to actually go through a schedule tonight and cancel tomorrow's meeting?
Yes.
Okay, I'm hearing majority, yes? Can we pull up schedule if that would be?
Yep.
Great, thank
It's
you.
up on the screen?
Just FYI, I have to drive to Richmond tomorrow morning at 6 a.m., but let's go forward with the schedule.
So it's up on the screen. Just to note that the GovOps meeting that was originally for May 28th, that will also be canceled. June 2nd is a work session, and we have as noted before earlier in the evening, we have the Smart Cities Program update and presentation.
Actually, can we pause there? So given that invites to our last joint work session didn't get to boards and commissions in a timely way, could we make sure that we let CACT and ESC know so we are respectful of their schedules?
I believe those went out this morning.
It's all scheduled and posted, and I sent it directly to the board members myself.
Great, thank you for that.
Yes.
Sorry, please continue, Jenny.
Nope. 106 and 108 Lee Street rezoning application will come, and then we have an ordinance and several resolutions. One is the Broadden Washington easement vacation ordinance, and then for resolutions, we have the council benefits, the subdivision and site plan approval process, both the initiating resolution and the designation of an agent. That was also mentioned earlier today during the legislation update. And then 2 items for consent preview, the Versa Insurance FY26 renewal and the police body worn camera contract approval, and then a closed session for the annual performance reviews of council appointees. To note, on June 4th, Ask the Council will be happening along with the Pride flag raising at 9:30. The June 9th regular session, it will be canceled. June 11th will be the mayor's agenda meeting with staff, and the bike shelter ribbon cutting tentatively scheduled. Correct?
Yes, Carrie Odenino is just confirming that date.
Okay. And then the appointments committee meeting on the 11th.
Sorry, and I mentioned this to Mayor Hardy and Councilmember Connolly, but on the 11th, I will likely be absent. I mean, I'll be absent. The question is whether I will be remote, but I'll most likely be absent.
On the 11th, you said?
I'm on a flight back. Barring any issues, I should be in town for that.
And
okay.
I mentioned this last, but it's not on the calendar. I need to be remote on Monday's work session for medical reasons. I will be calling in, which means I also need to do the closed session remotely.
On
So I'll
June
have to call
2nd?
in on June 2nd, Monday, June 2nd.
We'll take care of that.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other notes for any of the items up through June 11th? Okay, June 16th will be a regular session, and that is quite packed full, although some of the items council will have already seen. 2 annual reports, one from CACT and the EDA, looking to honor Mr. Connolly with a memorial resolution, and then 2 proclamations, the Disability Pride Month and Parks and Recreation Month. Several resolutions and ordinances. Under resolutions, the Affordable Living Policy Comp Plan Amendment will come to council for referral to the Planning Commission. And then along with council benefits and the subdivision and site plan approval process again. Under ordinances, the easement vacation for Broadden Washington will come with the first reading and the referral. And then the spring budget amendment second hearing second reading and public hearing, and the council salary, second reading and public hearing as well. Several items for consent, the council appointees compensation resolutions, the Versa Insurance FY26 renewal, and the police body worn camera contract approval. We do have the authorization to sign the Arlington County Fire Services agreement on for that night as well. June 18th will be canceled.
Sorry, going back to June 16th.
Yep.
So it's a lot on the agenda, but I think that's the compromise, given that we'd be canceling June 9th and June 23rd. So I want to make sure
Correct.
people are okay with that. Okay. Also, we had talked about doing a tour of West Falls.
Yes, and that was at 6 p.m. that day.
I actually heard back that they want to move it up to like 4 p.m., which I know is not very convenient for work schedules, but I wanted to check in with you all on a 4 p.m. start. Okay.
Yes, you want to change that to 4 p.m.?
I can reply because I'm on the emails too.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. Anything else to note for June 16th?
No, thank you.
The mayor's meeting will be canceled on the 18th. The June 23rd regular session will be.
Sorry, pausing on that week. I think I heard budget and finance is going to be that.
I don't think
We
there
don't have that on the
is schedule if that is
Talked about it when you were there.
indeed going to happen.
We needed to work a date offline because it was supposed to be the 20th, but I think Ms. Flynn and someone else was going to be off on vacation. So we were waiting for Ms. Conley to come back and tell us if we could do it on the 23rd, since there was not going to be a council meeting, I mean, in the morning.
On Monday, June 23rd?
Yeah. Or 24th, if it doesn't conflict.
I don't know. Can I look?
Kieran, just so you know, there is a Monday Connection meeting that morning from 9 to 10.
So we can work offline.
Can we work offline? I got to look at my calendars. Okay.
Okay, so sometime between those 2 weeks, before Kieran's gone, I think there was discussion about desire to do a June budget and finance to look at the monthly update on sales and meals tax, as well as talk about process, kind of reflections from FY26 budget process.
Yes.
Okay, if you can just let us know what you settle on, because I think in the past, all of councils wanted to join into those discussions, so.
Sure.
Thank you. Sorry, Jenny, please continue. We're on June 18th now. We were canceling the mayor's meeting, given that look like we can cancel June 23rd.
Yes, cancel the mayor's meeting. We do have June 25th as a government ops meeting, and I believe, sorry, I'm looking for the dates. I think when Wyatt and Debbie and I talked, possibly keep this date or move it to the 18th, because I think
I'd have to go back and look at the email. I don't remember off the top of my head.
potentially employee review?
No, those still need to be scheduled based upon the employee's availability.
Okay.
But that was
So
going
maybe
to be
June
the
25th was just
HR.
cancel it.
No.
No, HR would be the.
We have a schedule. We can go back and overlap that. I don't remember it off the top of my head, but
Yeah, July
we have an email
16th would be
between
the
there.
HR review.
Okay.
We had a July meeting scheduled.
Between now and then, we can update with the
Okay.
GovOps.
I'll go back and look at the responses to the email. So July 2nd, mayor's agenda meeting, along with Ask the Council. July 7th is a work session with a Virginia Village update. The Fairfax County Sewer Agreement is on there. And then 2 ordinances, the Planning Commission salaries and the subdivision and site plan approval code changes. July 9th, in the morning would be the mayor's agenda meeting with staff, and then at 8 p.m., the appointments committee meeting. And And July 14th, a regular session, Broad and Washington easement vacation, it would be the second reading and the public hearing. The Fairfax County Sewer Agreement approval. Delegate Simon will be coming with some General Assembly resolutions. And then the ordinance for the subdivision and site plan approval.
Looking ahead, July 28th is the one where I think both Debbie and I are out. I'm not listed yet.
Okay.
I had noted it last week.
I'm also out that day.
Yeah, so we have to see whether we have
Who all's out? Tell me again.
Hardy, Hiscott, and Connolly. We talked about it last week, I think, and we were debating whether we even had enough people in town for in-person quorum.
So it looks like possibly canceling July 28th regular meeting.
Or it might be one where, well, I guess question, do we need it? If not, cancel, or do we want to swap it for the 21st if we actually have business we need to vote on? Which I know we don't like to do, but
I'm also unavailable the 21st.
So you're not, I can't see that. It's not on there yet, okay.
Who is that? Connolly? Yeah. Yes. Anybody else not available on the 21st?
Well, maybe for now we can cancel both the 21st and 28th if we don't have business.
Okay.
We can make the call as we get closer, maybe.
Yes.
Yeah, we won't calendar it yet, but we'll tentative it on the schedule.
July 30th would be the mayor's agenda meeting with staff. And then August 4th would be a work session with the Affordable Living Policy Comp Plan Amendment final work session, the Utilities Comp Plan Chapter Update and Initiating Resolution, and the report for the Solid Waste Task Force, and then the Real Estate Tax Ordinance and the Solid Waste Fee Resolution. And then August 6th, both in the morning, mayor agenda meeting and ask the council. August 11th would be a regular session. There would just be 2 sessions in August. So the 11th would be the Affordable Living Policy Comp Plan Amendment public hearing and adoption.
Well, maybe we shoot for 2 meetings in June, 2 meetings in July, and 2 meetings in August to make up for the spring that we've had.
And a couple more items for August 11th. The Utilities Comp Plan, we'd come again with the CIP and the Strategic Priorities Update, and then Real Estate and the Solid Waste Fee Resolutions. Sorry, the Real Estate Ordinance first reading. So.
Okay, well, let's pause there since that's the end of the summer, unless you have something else to point out for the rest of the
Pause
summer.
at end of summer.
Okay.
So 2 in June, 2 in August.
And maybe 2 in July as well.
And maybe 2 in July as well.
Okay, well, keep us posted. That would be great to shoot for, and then, again, to make up for the busy spring we've had.
Thank you. How Wyatt likes that when he gets back.
Do people have anything to note on the schedule? Things to be scheduled? I know we talked about grading of Lincoln already.
At some point, we need to get the stormwater fee credit conversation going.
Stormwater.
We wanted to revisit the stormwater credit program as part of budget to beef it up so that it's more usable and used. Okay. Well, thank you for doing schedule tonight. Do we have any other business not on the agenda? Committee reports, liaison reports, council comments? Okay. Good night, all. We're adjourned.